Hey, everybody. Welcome to Android App Addicts, episode 602. This episode is brought to you by Ben Lawson. Ben, thank you very much for your Patreon support. If you would like to make this show, if you'd like to listen to this show completely ad-free, it's very easy. Just go to patreon.com/Android App Addicts or click the links in the notes, and then you too can support podcasting. Talking about support, I'm also joined here by Ivor and Josh. How is everything going, Josh?
I'm doing pretty good, Door. It's been a long time. Do we know how long it's been?
Just over a month.
Just over. And I think was that just you and Ivor?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, I'm. We've had quite a few guests. We went on a fishing charter. Just working, planting trees. I had to replace two hot water heaters that were perfectly good because insurance sucks.
Hmm.
And right before we came on here, I cut up and tasted a hot chili pepper and then took a pee. And so I'm, yeah, squirming in my seat a bit here, Door.
That's what she said last night. Um, Everything good south of the equator there, Ivor?
Yeah, we're having a pretty crappy day today, though. So it's stay inside and watch the Lord of the Rings day for me.
Ah, yeah, you said before the show how cold it was, and I got to keep reminding myself and other people you're a little farther away than most podcasts.
Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit.
Just a wee bit. Yeah. So yeah. So here I'll say my garage is now to the point to where I'm really fat, and I set up a new 3D printer. It was only supposed to take 15 minutes, of course, because I'm half blind and stuff. It took me about an hour, and I think I lost 5 pounds in the process. So I got that going for me.
I'm not sure that Ivor actually answered your question. Hey, Ivor, how you doing south of the border?
Well, there's not much going on, I tell you.
Need to exercise that prostate, man.
Yeah, my wife keeps banging on at me to go and get a prostate exam, and I'm saying no way. Nuh-uh. Not happening.
You could do it yourself. I'm not sure how.
Mm. How do we get this? How do we get to this subject? Anyway, come on. We're talking about Android apps now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Welcome to Prostate Monthly.
Yes. I will say Google I/O happened, and I'm pretty sure they said AI and artificial intelligence and Gemini and Bard probably about 5 billion times. And
Ugh.
we have nothing to show for it because it's not AI, it's just fancy Google search with I'm feeling lucky at the end.
I'm so sick of AI. I don't want to hear about AI ever again. Everything's AI these days.
but it's on the
It's ridiculous.
blockchain.
Oh, the blockchain. Is either the blockchain or the AI.
Well, I mean, I like the movie from about, 10 years ago or 20 years ago, whatever. It's a little kid and whatever. That was good.
What was it? AI?
Yeah, AI with the little kid that sees dead people, and
Oh, Sixth Sense.
well, it was him. He was in it, and I can't remember I want to say Canadian actor's guy's name. Jude Law. Jude Law was in it too. Good movie. Great movie.
Cool. Well, that was a good podcast. Do you want to
It
do a
was.
rundown of everything we talked
Yeah.
about?
Sure. Yeah. I will say the folding phone march seems to not stop. And when I say that, I mean globally. Oppo said they are in line to have one that they're shooting to have a affordable price. Honor just released info about their upcoming foldable phone. I will say most people seem to be going with the um, Z Flip, like the Star Trek communicator old school opening up versus the book folding up. But I will say one that I did see I thought was actually I'm still interested in is the expanding screen. That one I want to say was Motorola, where you hold it
So
and
the one
then
that opens like a book.
No, no, no,
into a
no,
tablet?
no, no.
No?
They have three. They have the Motorola Flip. I want to say
Flip.
Flip.
Yeah.
Then they have the Fold, and then they have the one where basically it isn't out yet, but basically just the screen unrolls and gets bigger.
Oh yes, yes, that was out a well. They prototyped that a while ago, didn't they? But
Yeah, and
it wasn't commercially released.
it wasn't commercially released, but they did just do like a video last, like maybe about 3 weeks ago, showing that they're further in development with it. So it's coming. It's only a matter of time. And apparently, um, Motorola is the one who's basically doing everything because they don't know what's going to win. So they're releasing every kind of different screen thing they can imagine.
Right. And I actually saw one in the wild a while ago. Samsung Flip.
Mhm.
We were staying at a friend's off-grid cabin, and this guy, his wife, bought one for him, and he had no idea. He just previously was using a foldable, like a feature phone, not even a smartphone, and he. Oh, my cat's yelling at me. Scary. He he's probably the least suitable person to use it because he has no idea how to use it properly. He's not very au fait with the use of a cell phone, let alone a flip phone. So, but he likes it. He liked it because it's very familiar to him because he was previously using a flip feature phone, and so he doesn't see anything new or exciting about it. He just thinks of it as phone. As long as it texts and makes calls, he's happy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did see one, I want to say 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And it was obviously like the communicator flip phone. And when I first saw it, I just noticed the screen was bright. And then all of a sudden I saw the glare and I saw the huge crease. I mean, the crease was like literally the size of my pinky.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It was unbelievably huge. With the screen on, I could see when you're looking at it directly with no glare how it wouldn't be completely noticeable.
Mm.
Maybe if you like watch a video, you might see like some deformation or something. But and then she literally didn't even close it and just put it in her back pocket. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, sure. Yeah, it was yeah. She was in Target and she paid from the cash register with her app, Target app, and the Target employee scanned her phone for like a barcode that said that she paid. I was like, okay, that's I guess one way to do it, but probably been
Mm.
just as fast to pull out a card. Just saying.
Mm. Yep. Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know. Have you noticed how the humane AI pin now? You got these things you pin to your chest, and they got
Mhm.
that rabbit. There's the other one, the rabbit orange thing that you carry around in your hand. But so we're going from foldable flip phones. Star Trek is basically telling us what the future is going to be. We've got flip phones. We've got chest communicators now. What's the next step?
Tricorders. Oh,
Wrist.
mm.
It's all going on the wrist, mate.
Well, that's Dick Tracy. That's not Star Trek.
Dick Tracy. Yeah, true. But
Yeah.
well, they don't have. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I'll just say
we'll see.
the AI pin. I'm hearing incredibly non
Oh, it's
enthusiastic
terrible.
reviews. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
and the other one, which is just the single screen, little small screen. We're like, it runs great, but I could just use my phone, kind of attitude. I don't see it replacing um a phone for really too many people. So
Well, if you have a look at How Two Men on YouTube, he's done a whole episode on how to convert one into a phone, back into a phone. He loaded Android on it,
uh,
and he uses it like a phone. And there's a few. I mean, the screen's not very big, obviously, and there's a few things that won't work on it, but seems to be quite an effective Android phone because it was really just running Android underneath it anyway. So you just take the launcher off, put a new one on, and I think he put the Pixel launcher on, and away he went.
gotcha. I want to see if I can find it. I thought I did bookmark it. Um, they, okay, they have um already two versions of this in the past, and I completely forgot about it, to be honest, until I saw this today, called Light Phone 3, where its goal is to be a super minimalist phone form factor kind of thing, which basically, all it is supposed to do is just phone calls, alarm, podcast, music, notes, timer. It's very simple looking interface is what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say bad, but it definitely looks like something that if you do not want a complicated device, this could be a solution for you. Yeah, it's just
Excuse
called
me, I'm just going to let my cat out.
Light Phone 3. That's what it's called. And I'll say I'm definitely interested in it because I like having like my podcast player on a separate device, and I've had it now like that for months. And honestly, I kind of like it that way. So I kind of can see just having a phone doing phone related stuff and maybe being enough. But it's
Sounds
more
interesting form factor.
Yeah, it's definitely more rectangular. It's almost like BlackBerry, old school BlackBerry, like Pearl size wise. Um, but with a full screen with a big looking like speaker on the bottom. Speaker slash, I'm sure, microphone for talking on the phone. Yeah, and it's using Light OS, which I'm sure is just customized
Ooh, right.
Android. So yeah, we have a new child in my house. We're talking about getting him. Oh, yeah, great. Yeah, he's 17 years old. So yeah, um, we're talking about when are we going to buy him a phone? And I'm seriously tempted to buy him a phone like this, or like I don't know if you guys have seen the new Nokia. It's in the exact same form factor as the old like indestructible phone, yet it is running like Android on it with a screen, the size of like a big postage stamp.
Yeah, as long as you can play Snake,
Well,
that's all that matters, really, isn't it?
yeah, sure. As long as we can keep him in check, then maybe yeah. So yeah, this Light Phone 3 it says will be $100. Oh, order price increase of $100. July
I like the
16th.
little dial on the side. I think
Mhm.
that's cool. You can move it up and down so you don't have to use the screen.
Right. Oh yeah, there are definitely things about this phone, and apparently this is the third version of it. I think they're definitely doing right. I will say that.
The
So
speaker grill on the bottom looks good too.
yeah. So I'm very interested. And I want to see genuine reviews from normal people and not from money magnets like, Marcus Brown or something like that. I want to hear normal people talking about stuff, not, elitist is the way I'll put it.
So are there no apps on it?
I believe it's only the apps that are built in, which is just like phone alarm, podcast, music, notes, timer, calendar. It can do directions, which I think is in this day and age, you almost have to have a device doing some kind of directions because you don't want to rely on your phone. On your automobile to do it. Because in my opinion, most automobile navigation stuff is hard, and, like unusable, and completely out of date.
Yeah, and it says that it has a easier to replace screen and USB port as well as access to the battery.
Yeah,
So it's not planned obsolescence.
yeah, it is definitely more hacker friendly than the average phone. I will say that.
Well, I mean, it looks like a hacker phone,
Nice and chunky.
just the way we like them.
Fat Bob and
My
girls.
mother-in-law called me the other day and explained that her 10-year-old MacBook Pro had been, MacBook, the laptop had, I don't know what it was a MacBook. It's about 10 years old and it had the backlight on the screen had gone and it didn't work anymore. And she wanted if I had any recommendations for her. And I said, get a Chromebook. She's not very tech savvy. She's has tech phobia quite a lot. And I said, well, if you're looking for something cheaper, because she was going to spend about $1,000 on a Windows PC. And I said, thing about a Windows PC is that it can get very complicated very quickly, and you'll end up, if you have any problems, you'll end up calling in someone to come and fix it, and yada yada yada. So all you want to do, is check your email. All you want to do is browse the web and do stuff on the web, do your banking or whatever. And Chromebook's secure and does that for half the price of a Windows one, and a hell of a lot less complicated. So I don't know what she went with in the. I suspect she still went with the Windows computer, but one of the things she did say to me was that she's the only one in the family who has any who's bought into the Apple ecosystem and even likes Apple, and nobody else sort of in the family is there to able to support her on with her Apple product use, and if anything goes wrong. So she thought if she gets something that everybody else is using, then she'd be she'd have more access to support. But I don't know. I think something like this is as a phone for older people would be quite useful as well.
Yeah, I finally read the fine print. Starting price of $399, and then it's going to go up $100. So
Still a
my
pretty good price.
I'll say in taking everything in comparisons, because small manufacturer is only like their third build. It's a very fair price, is what I'll say. Especially if it has user replaceable stuff. I'm definitely a fan of that.
Very cool.
Yeah, that one caught my eye, and I thought that definitely bring it just so I don't forget about it later. That's my goal.
What are we talking about?
Stuff.
Phones for old people.
Yeah, well, no, I've been trying to justify. We've had a lot of expenses come up. Not very liquid right now.
New water heaters.
What's that?
Including new water heaters.
Yeah, new water heaters, new brakes, new shocks, just life in general. But I would like to. I've been looking at a Google's or the Pixel 6. Seems to be kind of the sweet spot right now as far as you can get a 6A for $250, something like that. And so my plan is to still get one of those and put graphene OS on it and drive that for a while.
Right. Yeah, that's the one that I got here, 6A. I'll say, yeah, for like a few $100, well worth the money.
What about versus a Pro?
I honestly have never touched a Pro. I will say, if you're used to, top tier phones, then you probably would want the Pro. But if you're like me, you just need, basic stuff. I'm sure it's fine. The only difference with the Pros, I want to say, is slightly more RAM, bigger screen, and I want to say slightly different camera specs. But I believe it's the same processor. I want to say the Pro might have a bigger storage option.
Doesn't have a flip camera though.
Nope.
Yeah, because I've had, geez, I mean, it must be 6 years now that I've had this phone.
At least 5, yeah.
18 maybe, but it's I think it's cracked a bit more than it was before. Anyway, it's about time.
Cool. Have we got any apps? We're going to talk about some apps today. Or is that all the news we got?
Don't rush.
I'm talking now. Well, the only other news thing I'm aware of, which I thought was kind of cool, and Josh, this is a Pixel thing right now. It's called lockdown mode. And what lockdown mode, one of the things it says it can do is it can prevent juice jacking. Juice jacking, they say in the article, they kind of insinuate it's like in air quote not a real thing. It's absolutely a real thing, and it's the technique that government institutions used to use to suck all the data off your phone. You'd be coming into a country, or cop pull you over, and when they say give me your phone, they plug it up and they basically suck all the information off the phone in seconds, kind of thing, or all the important information off very quickly. In lockdown mode, what it does is it still enables your port on your phone, but it does limit it to be only charging, and that's it. So there's no like data connection at all you can even make when the phone is in lockdown mode. So I thought that was cool.
So is it something that is visible, or is it?
Oh, you basically, as when you get to your power screen on your phone, it's just right there next to emergency lockdown mode, which I'm sure is not coming in focus because
I don't think I have that.
that I believe is only on Android 15. So,
What am I rocking here? I don't even know.
well, just because you say 5 years old, man,
I think it's 11 or 12, maybe.
gotcha.
I don't even know where I'd check for that. Settings?
Yeah, settings and about phone.
That'd be pretty funny if you had an about phone.
Yeah.
Ivor's about phone. Android version 10. Rocking
10. Yeah. There you go.
Security.
So I just put a link in the chat
first,
to an article. Sorry about Google Play Store account deletion policies changed, which I thought was actually quite good. So when you uninstall an app, so if you sign up and they ask for your information, you can ask that, and you don't like the app later on, or you want to cancel, uninstall the app, you can ask that they delete your user data as well, which wasn't an option before. So the article says Google Play Store account deletion policy went live. Users can choose their accounts and data collected by app developers to be kept or removed entirely. So that's was proposed originally last April with the deadline of 31st of May. Which I thought was really good, because there's a lot of apps that I've signed up for, used for a short while, or just tried out, and then I realized that I've just handed over my email address and all my information over to these guys, and I'm never going to use their app again. And judging from all the spam in my inbox, that's probably half the reason I get all that spam in my inbox.
Yeah. I'm going to guess it is either in the app or it's in the app info section. It would be nice if it popped up during uninstalling the app. To me, that's where it needs to happen. So because it doesn't look like it's during that process, maybe it's almost like an opt-in. You have to go find it and opt into deleting data instead of it prompting you at uninstall time, because that would make a hell of a lot more sense. But I hope I'm wrong, and it is during the uninstall process, or will soon be during the uninstall process.
When do you think that functionality is going to come to Android 10?
When you get a new phone.
Well, it says that it says that the updates are from security updates June 2021. But my phone is updating. The Huawei whatever is updating quite frequently. So I don't know if they do their own updates or.
But yeah,
you're probably not getting the Google security update.
Yeah, what you're getting is a lot of dare I say, like theme updates, home screen updates, and like Huawei type settings that they do.
I'm actually quite surprised. I didn't realize that it was like, I mean, it must be a completely different operating system past 10. Is that
Hey, I'm running a tablet that still uses 8. It's fine.
Yeah.
Again, only if you want to be bleeding edge or you insist on having the newest of the newest stuff should you really have to upgrade, unless you are one of the people who also think you have to have security updates. My belief is most people really don't, because you're going to click on stuff anyway and it doesn't matter. That's just me.
Exactly. Yep.
I'm not afraid to click.
Well, I didn't call you scared or anything. I did have an app that I wanted to bring only because I found it very interesting, as well. I'll put it. VS Code is Visual Studio Code. It's Microsoft's free, um, beer free um, um, IDE to do your integrated development right there, like in VS Code. Well, now you can literally get VS Code on an Android device, which on a phone, I'm going to admit, doesn't make a ton of sense, but it's you could if you want to. And the main reason to have it on a phone is, let's say you have a snippet of code you want to run, and in the VS Code, you can basically say, like compile right now or like temporary run it right now just to see stuff running. On a tablet or on a Chromebook, I could see this making, a billion times more sense. But the more I use VS Codium, which is the Microsoft blob free version of VS Code, the more I like it. So I could see if I was on Android and I didn't have a choice, I could at least run VS Code to do some of my, my little hacking scripts kind of thing that I like to do.
So this is running Android programs on VS Code? Like, is that what it's for? Is developing for Android on here, or are you doing
Doing
whatever?
any kind of development.
So work with Android 10.
Well, yeah. Maybe. I'll give it a solid maybe. I will also say slowly, because I got to type and paste like this. You have to install the libraries for stuff. So for instance, if I'm on my Linux box and I load VS Code, I can do C# programming. But if I don't have the right Mono or .NET stuff installed, I can't run it or test it. I can just edit it, kind of thing.
Mhm.
So that's like one caveat.
I was reading this article that you sent through about it on your Patreon, and the woman who was recommending this particular app said she paid $12 to get the pro version. But everyone in the comments was saying, "Why did you pay $12? It's a PWA. You could download and install it for free as a PWA." And she didn't seem to be aware that you could do that. But yes, this is I purchased VS Code from the Play Store, so she spent about $12. But apparently, you don't need to do that if you're gonna use it.
Right. Well, Microsoft thanks her.
I'm sure Google thanks her as well.
I'm sure. So yeah, and I will say the reason I'm bringing it back up is because I'm getting at least a little bit more into at least dabbling with development stuff. Because I'm just interested on, how stuff has changed, how stuff has progressed, what stuff is easier, what stuff is, still insane.
If you want to give Microsoft some money, and it's a bit of more of a challenge on Codium, I found, but what's it called? What's their AI Copilot?
Yeah.
In VS Code is pretty fantastic. Like it was very beneficial. Between that and Chat GPT, you can get just about anything done you want, I think.
Oh, I'm sure if I ever even get out of first gear doing stuff, I'm going to have one of those things handy, just because I know it can speed up the process so frigging much.
Yeah, that and debugging as well. Like you get stuck on something, you can just take the entire function and like, put it in there. And hey, why is this not working properly?
Right.
And then usually it just says, "Oh, because you're an idiot." Oh, all right, great, thanks. Tell me something I don't know.
Right.
I could have told you that for nothing.
Oh, Ivor, this is why we can't do this more than once a month.
So, do you guys have any apps?
Let me guess. Josh doesn't have any.
I do, but they're recycled because I'm
Mm.
upcycling apps. But I'll do one here for the beginning.
I thought you were going to say, but they only run on Android 10.
That's right. That's right. This one is called Snake. This is Knots 3D by 9X LLC, and it's available for the family library. It was, I don't even know where any of those stats are at anymore. I don't know that it really needs to be updated if it was or not, because I can't see any of that stuff. Average 4.9 reviews, 100 million or 1 million plus downloads. And it is a 3D animated knot tying app. And it has a pretty large catalog of different types of knots, and you can control how fast you watch them tie. And it tells you good usages for the knots and where to use them. And so it's quite a handy app that pretty much anyone should have on their phone. I used it the other day for just some simple knots, just to make sure that I was doing them right. We bought some about 1-inch diameter, 8-foot bamboo in a bundle, and I decided I was going to try to make a chicken tractor out of it because I don't have enough stuff to do. And so I was trying to figure out how to lash bamboo together in order to do this. And I worked on it for a couple hours and said, yeah, I'm not doing this. But I got to use the app.
Right. Can I ask what's a chicken tractor?
It's just a small coop that you can move around. And so basically you move them onto fresh grass every day.
Gotcha. So they get their fresh stuff and you don't got to worry about them running away.
Yeah, exactly. And they're protected from birds and
Yeah.
everything else. And then what is a good method is if you have livestock and then you bring the chickens in after into the same area, and then they go and
they eat everything.
Yeah, well, they get all of the parasites out of the poop, so you're not getting bugs that are hatching from the animal's poop, and they spread it around and scratch it, and so yeah, it's maybe eventually that'll be with a couple sheep, and the chickens following them. Because I made a chicken tractor. It's about 90%. 80, 70, 65, 60% done. And
Sounds like my shed, my garden shed.
the intent was supposed to be a chicken tractor, but I can't even lift. I can't even lift a corner of this thing off the ground. So it's more of a chicken castle. And so I'd like to have a way to move them around. Because we got chickens. So we've got seven chicks right now. Most chicks I've ever had in a bedroom, I'll tell you that much.
So I'm going to guess they're egg-laying chickens.
They are, but some of them are unsexed, so they could be roosters.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
There are.
Yeah, you got to wait. Because there's people that say they can do it, and even when they're tested, they're not 100% right.
Yeah. So the roosters probably won't lay.
Oh, well. I mean, in this day and age, what if they identify as a hen?
Yeah. You ever think about that, Josh? Bigot.
Yeah, so you're only supposed to have one rooster per 12 chickens or something like that.
You know why?
Because they're bastards.
Because they will fight and kill each other.
Yeah.
So this costs $11, this app.
Which
in
one?
my money. The knot tying app.
Really?
Did you have to pay money for it?
I've had it for so long, I can't even remember.
Okay.
$11?
But I think it's probably money well spent, because I've always wanted to be able to tie knots, and I've always been useless at it. I spent 5 years in the Navy, never learned to tie a knot. So, and I've been thinking, oh, it'd be a good idea now that I'm homeschooling my daughter, it'd be a good idea to show her how to tie a knot, but I have to learn myself. So this would be a good app for both of us, I think.
Absolutely, man. It really is. I don't know if you watched the video or not. I
Nah.
haven't watched the video either, but it's you can also take the 3D image of the knot and turn it to the backside or rotate it around so that you can actually see what the rest of the knot looks like too, not just the front of it.
Right.
It's only $7.49 here, so Jesus,
Inflation.
$2. I mean, only $7.49, but still, like,
Yeah.
yours is 11 something.
$11, yeah.
What's it for you, Dor?
$5.99. But I would say one good thing, it at least is eligible for the family library. So technically, you buy it, your kids'
Everyone's got it.
offspring, family members can use it.
Cool.
Yeah, and it
So
was
I learned to cook for 20 guys. Didn't learn to tie any ropes.
you learn to tie up bowels,
Bowels. No.
bowels with your cooking.
Bowels. Yeah. Tied up some bowels. Yeah.
you were a cook on a ship, or where was this? Well, I don't know does the New Zealand Navy have ships, or you just kind of like hanging out on shore cooking and looking at boats? Or?
Yes, we have ships, we have boats, we have ships. We've got quite a few actually. We are an island nation. No, I was in the Naval Reserve, so we have. I'd go out every fortnight or so, and we'd go on a big fishing trip and drink a lot of booze. That's pretty much it. In the summertime, they because I wasn't able to be a seaman because of my eyesight. I had to go into the logistics branch, but I still went on the boat. But if you got a non-seaman on the boat,
Oh, you were such a child.
got non-seaman on the boat, you end up having to do all the cooking and that sort of stuff. So I spent most of my time in the Navy cooking, which was a lot of fun.
You don't want the seaman on the cooking, right?
You don't want seaman on the cooking. No. Seaman on the cooking is a bad idea.
Wait, can I laugh at that one, Dor?
Nothing. I just as soon as he said it the first time, I looked at your face and I knew.
I knew I shouldn't have said it.
Here
I knew I
comes
shouldn't
seaman.
have said anything. Oh, here comes my dog. Hello, dog.
Thank God it's not named Seaman.
Red
So
says in Canada, they use chicken-powered tractors.
Yeah.
They give them beer for fuel. No, we don't give away beer up here. It's too expensive.
I'll just quote the movie, Canadian Bacon. What? All I said was their beer sucks. Ivor, do you have any apps?
Yeah,
At all?
I've got lots of apps today.
Oh, goodness.
Now, if there's ever a time that you're feeling too intelligent or too good about yourself, then this app is going to put a stop to that. So this is called Spelling Bee Unlimited. But it's also, when you install it, it's called Not That Spelling Bee. I think it's a ripoff of the New York Times spelling game. So my wife and I both been hooked by this game, and it's destroying our lives. So I take a warning from this. So basically, when you first play it, you think, "What a stupid game! I'm never playing this again. I hate it. It makes me feel stupid. I knew all those words, but I didn't get them. So, it is frustrating. But then you'll come back to it, and you'll come back to it, and you'll come back to it, and you'll be testing yourself on it. And gradually over time, your vocabulary will expand. I guarantee it. Mainly with swear words, but you'll also learn a whole bunch of new scientific terms and new Latin terms and a whole bunch of things. One good thing about this game is that it also does English as well as UK spelling, so it accepts both versions. So I can spell a word the UK way, and then I can spell a word the US way, and it accepts both. It seems to accept both anyway. There are some words that are definitely words in the real world, but for some reason they aren't accepted. So you might have a bit of a problem with that. But basically, the premise of this game is that you are given 7 letters with a letter in the middle, and you have to make as many words out of that that mixture of letters as you can by using the letter in the middle. Each word has to contain the letter in the middle. And if you on the, there's 2 screens basically. There's the game screen, and on the right there's a word list. So those are all the words that you've got and you've put in. And at the top is a plus button which shows you all the possible word combinations you can use. So if you get really frustrated, you can just go straight into the answers and see how stupid you really are. But it's a fantastic game. We've been playing it for a while now, and I thoroughly recommend it if you're looking for a dose of frustration.
Yeah, I'll just say, I don't know if I told you guys about my school experience with spelling and spelling bees.
Oh no.
No, I'll just say we only had spelling. No, I mean we actually had okay. I only passed 1 spelling test in my entire education career, and I cheated. That's me in spelling. The other example I'll use is if we didn't have spell check, I'm pretty sure I'd still be working in a warehouse, lifting things up and putting them down, and then lifting it up and putting it down. And that's because that's all I was good for, without spell check. So I'm really happy we have spell check, by the way.
I think you underrate yourself, too.
Oh, I don't. Man, you should have seen the first like emails and stuff I was typing up. Dude, I would spend just as much time going through the spell checker as I did write the email. It's ridiculous. And the reason is the English language makes no damn sense.
No,
read, and read. What? There, and there. What?
Through though and thou.
Yeah, man, I hate so much. Oh god. And then there's words that literally make no sense. Quetzalcoatl.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's not really English word though, is it?
Well, it's a Mexican animal, but whatever. Yeah, that's why, like, my like bane of existence was like I can't even sit and watch Wheel of Fortune with or without Pat Sajak, just because I'm sitting there and they're like, "Oh yeah," and after they say the answer, I'm that guy. Oh yeah. That's about it.
Well, so many times in this game, I've got to the point right. There are no more words. It's impossible to see. You cannot make any more words out of this. And then I go through and think, oh yeah, I should have got that one. I should have got that one. I should have got that one. I knew that one. So yeah, makes you feel really good about yourself.
You have to use the center letter. Is that the?
Yes, you have to use the center letter. Yeah.
So I see the word "at" in the example. AT. I got that one. That's a word, right?
Oh, and each word has to have 4 letters, at least 4 letters, minimum 4 letters.
Oh, buried the lead there.
See, because all I saw was hat. HAT.
You can have hats or.
Is you had a word? Yeah. UHAT? I think it is, right?
No.
Yeah, it was. It was what they used to call it back in Uganda.
Chit chat. Wow.
Yeah, chit chat. That'll be a word. Yep.
Yeah,
sure. So the other thing about this game is that there will be one word that contains at least one of all the letters. So it contains. You have to guess what all the letters are. So if you want the most points, you've got to guess the longest word that actually uses all the letters at least once, sometimes twice or 3 times. Yeah.
Nope. I'm tapping out. Like you got me in a reverse.
I tell you,
choke.
yeah,
I'm done.
You may say that now, but I guarantee in a few weeks' time you'll be playing this like crazy.
But I have a question because it says that it was last updated the 6th of September 2020. So does this have? Oh, I guess this isn't doing definitions anyway. Never mind. The words are the same. No, the definitions have just changed.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put words in I guarantee are words in a dictionary, but for some reason it doesn't accept them. So it can be a bit quirky like that, but you just have to take it on the chin and move on.
Well, yeah, I did notice one of the options is to use the large dictionary, which I don't know what that means. But
Rich is in the chat. He says he wants to have your baby store. I
I
guess
don't.
you are that rooster.
I'm fixed.
Well, he says he wants to break you, so I'm not sure what
Oh,
that means.
not sure either. But makes me want to talk about the nap or something. I don't know. Um, and I'm going to admit I'm cheating. I'm cheating. Um, because I saw this and I said to myself, I can definitely see more than a couple of these being apps that Josh would like. I also see a couple of these that I can definitely see Ivor bringing to the show or brought to the show before. And all it is a Reddit posting where here is a list of my favorite false floss apps and Google Play Store apps, and a link and why he likes them. It's a very long list, and like the very first app in the whole list made me stop and think, why am I even going to read this list? Because it's the stupidest idea ever. Okay. It literally is called Birthday. And it's a great birthday manager. Put your birthdays in and it will remind you. You can import, export those from Google Contacts. Great backup option too. Been keeping in touch with long lost friends at least yearly with this. I'm not going to download bits of information and take up space on any device, even if I got a 15 petabyte phone. I'm not going to download any bits and put it on my device when I already have something baked in that will do this exactly. It's called a calendar. So I saw this and I'm like, well, this is going to be bad. This is going to be very bad. But I will admit the list did get much better when I started going down. So you have stuff like healthy battery charger, which I looked at, and to me, it's one of these things. The battery information is it's all there exposed to applications where you can get the information. So there's no secret sauce in telling you if your battery is healthy or not. It can immediately tell what is the original size of the battery, what is the maximum charge you're getting right now, what's the rate of discharge you're getting right now, how long is this battery going to last, and it can do some basic calculations to say if not that is or is not an example of good battery life. So there's little applications like that, which I will say most of the apps I did look at were literally like I'll say Steve Gibson sized apps where they're like in the kilobytes and like 2 megabytes for like an entire download, which I thought was cool. So I'm going to use this for at least a little bit just to have a list of apps. And one of my never heard of before was called Tubular. It's a YouTube client based on NewPipe, which I think that was the one that died, right, Ivor?
It's still around, still going.
Which one was the one that
Another one
just
died
died?
was Vanced.
Advanced. That's it.
Vanced,
You're
I
right.
think.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So this one's based on New Pipe with Sponsor Block. I love Sponsor Block. I'm gonna tell you right now. If they figure out a way to stop me from using Sponsor Block, I will stop paying YouTube for premium and I will not watch any more YouTube for the rest of my life. That's how much I
SkyTube's still going. That's really good.
well, I'm just saying I just hate hearing the people talk about this video is brought to you by this useless thing
Yeah.
that paid me money. That's really good. And look, it's shiny too. Now back to the regular content. You know what I mean? No, I don't care about your sponsorship, Droid. Um, but then I have a little list there of even F Droid apps, and then there's some Google Play apps. So I just thought it was an interesting list of stuff. Um, I'm finding people's list to be almost interesting when it comes to these kind of things. Um, because usually when I go through the list, it isn't like paid app, ad, app with
Mm.
ads,
Yep.
app with subscription fees. It's usually, either you buy the app once and you're done, or it's completely free. So I thought that was one plus to it, is what I'll say.
Yeah. Some good apps here.
It has, like, I clicked on the healthy battery charging and it takes you to GitHub, and then it has get it on Izzy on Droid. I've never even heard of that before.
That sounds
It's an
like
F-Droid repository.
oh, I thought it had something to do with Lizzo.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, it's izzysoft.de.
Huh. Did-
app.izzystuff, and then F-Droid.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So it's basically maybe like a face on top of F Droid. I don't know. But quick tangent. You guys watch the new South Park?
No, not yet.
It's called The End of Obesity. All the moms in town are doing the injectable drugs.
Ozempic or something like that,
O-
isn't it?
Ozempic, Manjaro, like Wagyu, whatever the hell it's called, the other one. And the dad at the very beginning tells his daughter, look, you cannot wear a crop top shirt and go to school because if you do, you're going to hang around with the wrong people and you're going to start doing drugs. And I'm not having that. And then, of course, he goes to pick her up from school to embarrass her, and he's wearing a crop top. And one of the moms come over who's obviously on the drug, like, hey, you're on drug too. We had this drug party that happens. Why don't you stop by? And then he starts doing the drug and he gets hooked on injecting himself. Yeah. Yeah. It's South Park. And I like the fact that at one point in time they take a break and they're speaking to a serial executive and Tony the Tiger, Sugar Bear, the Smacks Frog, Captain Crunch is there, and they all are like, we can't put up with this. If people stop eating our cereal, our business is done. We got to stop this right now. So that's my tangent for the week. And then I will say the other tangent is there is a side podcast on, it might be Wall Street Journal called The $1 Trillion Shot. And it's only like 5 episodes long where they talk to people who are on the drug and people who are like behind the making of the drug on how much money this thing is going to end up making those companies because everybody, all of Hollywood is sucking them down, and then people like me on diabetes need like help.
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of the way that they can use off label usage for these things for some, but not others.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a racket. It's all a racket.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now though, if anything can cause less heart disease, have people lose weight, stuff like that, I can't say no. I can't say no.
What, diet and exercise?
Diet, yeah, exactly.
No, I ate less than 400 calories for 3 weeks and I still didn't lose weight.
Really? Yeah.
Exercise you can do all the exercising you want. You're not losing weight. You are building up muscle. You're not losing weight. The only way to lose weight is to eat less food, less in. That's the only way to lose weight. Don't believe the Biggest Loser kind of stuff. No, exercising will make you build up muscle. That's about it. You eat calories in, they have to go someplace. You don't eat calories in, the only way to lose weight, eat less. And I told my doctor, I showed my doctor my log of everything I was eating. I was eating 2 pieces of cheese, 3 eggs, an Atkins drink, and when I came home, every now and then I had either it was a piece of jerky or what was the other thing I was eating? Oh, or like a all beef hot dog with no bread kind of thing. And that's all I was eating all day. And I did that for literally 3 weeks. And I didn't lose a single pound.
Jeez.
So
Well, you look like you've lost weight now, though. Have you lost weight since last time we talked?
yeah, but they had me on a new drug because last time they had me on Manjaro. You're only supposed to lose 10% of your body weight in a year. I lost 10% of my body weight in a week. And it was because I couldn't get off the can and I couldn't eat. So you have that kind of thing. So then they have me on a pill version of one of the injectables that has less severe side effects. It also has a little bit less success, but I can tell you I'm eating less than, I want to say 1,200 calories a day, which, you're supposed to eat around 2,000 calories a day kind of thing. I'm eating around 1,002 and I'm still like barely losing anything.
The chat is on fire tonight. So if you're listening to this in the form of a podcast, come check us out in 6 months when we go live again.
Make it live again. Well, the good news is Patreon now has a completely free way. You can basically create an account, pay nothing, and still participate in Patrons. Um, I'm posting all my stuff free for public. So you can literally join Patreon and at no cost, follow me on Patreon, and everything that ever gets posted to Patreon, you'll get notified via email. Or you can in YouTube click subscribe, click the stupid bell, smash buttons, and then you'll get an email. You're supposed to get a notification for that. Not everyone does, as well. I'll say. Or you can join Discord, and I put events in Discord saying when there's going to be a live show, and I try to do it at least like 3 or 4 hours before showtime. But yes, drugs bad. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So the amount of money that these companies are going to make, they're the guy at work is literally paying $1,000 a month for his injectable, and I'm like,
It's crazy.
wait. And apparently he picked the wrong health insurance, is what I'm going to say, because he has diabetes. I had diabetes, and my drug, I want to say, was only $50 for a 3-month supply, which, I like having good health insurance. I'm cheap.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's. I don't want to get into the can of worms. We could talk about this all day. The pharmaceutical industry, insurance industry, and
The food industry.
I mean, it kills more people than anything else. I think, man. Like, maybe this is working for you, or maybe it works for other people, but it's insane the amount of pharmaceuticals that are being prescribed and taken. Everybody I know just has like a handful of pills, and you just throw them down, call it good.
Well, I will say most of the people don't listen to what their doctor tells them to do.
Well, I just don't even worry about it. I don't even go to the doctor. You don't have to tell me anything. So I don't disobey him. Disobey the doctor.
Yeah, and I will say that's one of the bad things about anything you put in your body, whether it is sugar or drugs, which sugar is still a drug. Everybody is affected slightly different from everything. It doesn't matter if it's aspirin or what.
But then there's one pill to fix everyone.
What's that one pill?
Well, whatever it is, Ozempic or
Well, no.
one of these things. Like, oh, you got this. So you're pre-diabetic, or you're constipated, or you have the flu. Here, just take this one. You should be good. I mean, you look at what's going on in Congress now with Dr. Fauci and all that stuff, man. Like it's all lies for the whole thing, and it's not just strictly for those type of medications. It's been falsified information, falsified trials for as long as the pharmaceutical companies have been around, I would imagine. You fix a bad diet and fast food, and you look at the side of any sort of food product you get now, and usually the number one is going to be either sucrose, fructose, some sort of sugar, or a seed oil. And I watched a documentary on seed oils. You want to see something nasty? Just look how that stuff's made.
Oh yeah.
I'll,
Yeah, we
I'll
stopped
just,
using seed oils ages ago.
yeah,
Yeah.
I will agree with oh man, PhD Nick Gillespie from Reason.tv, which the more sensational the documentary is, the more it's packed with lies just for sensationalism. The example he used was Morgan Spurlock and Super Size Me. Everything in that documentary was a complete lie, it turned out to be, including at the end where his doctor said, your liver looks like you just went on a weird alcoholic binge. And the whole time he said he didn't drink, doesn't drink, he's in great health. Turned out he didn't stop drinking for a single week of his life since he was 13 years old. But he failed to bring that data to the Super Size Me documentary, and he claimed all of his health things were because of that. And it turned out then you have the other guy who did Fathead, where he did the exact thing. He went to McDonald's every meal and he lost weight. Because it's about how much you eat. Period. You know what I mean? If you eat the
Well,
small burgers and the small fries and you don't get, you know, the hugest thing you can get and get overstuffed, then you're fine. Food's food. Food isn't poison. Food isn't medicine.
Still
Food's
probably not a great idea to go to McDonald's every day.
but it's also not food.
No, it's fine.
Like, that's
Yes, it is. Food is nutrients. Vitamins, minerals, nutrients.
okay.
Yeah.
In a McDonald's cheeseburger?
Yeah. Food nutrients. Just like a rock is natural, you could eat it. It ain't going to do you any good because it doesn't have nutrients.
A rock? Actually, a rock has a lot of nutrients.
Nah.
They're not soluble for your body.
Not a lot. They
This
have
is
like
what-
one
this is
or
what
two.
plants do, though. No, this is where rocks break down into the soil, and then there's enzymes from
That's a
plants that
misnomer.
break down. Oh wow,
Yeah.
wow! He says.
Yeah, a lot of it comes from natural decay, not from rocks.
But
From-
what though? What are you referring
from animals and plants decaying.
to? Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But there's minerals that are locked up into rocks that break down over the time, and you get magnesium
No.
and things like that.
The only thing that really leaches out of rocks is salt from rain.
Wow, where are you getting your data on this one?
Science.
Believe the science.
I mean, how long do you think it takes a rock to break down?
Well, they break down all the time. What do you think sand is? Like it's
Sand is sand. Sand is not rock. Sand is silicone.
okay, but rocks break down and produce minerals that plants can uptake. They also get it from organic matter.
If that was true, my whole backyard's filled with rocks. The grass should like suck the rocks out of my yard.
Yeah, but it's over time, man. And you need plants. You can't just have rocks breaking down.
Actually,
have to
you
have
do
an
it's called
active
weathering.
Well, yeah, sure. But I'm talking about having an active soil with different microbes and everything else inside of there that are able to access and break down minerals from different sources. But this is another.
I'll say the natural example that everyone can't deny on how that isn't true is if that was true, there would be a big hole under a tree. There's no hole under a tree. You know that, right?
What do you mean?
You can have a tree that's been there for 1,000 years growing, and there's
Yeah.
no huge crater underneath it where it sucked all the minerals out of the ground.
Well, no, it's replenishing as well. Like you can't create elements.
Yes, you can.
So
They created a thin air. It's called carbon.
you can't create carbon.
Yes, you do.
How?
Out of
How?
carbon dioxide in the air. You take it and you split it, and it spits out the oxygen, and it uses the carbon to build itself.
Yeah, but you're not creating it. You're taking it from something else. I'm
From the
talking
air.
about straight
From the air,
creating.
not from the ground.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you get nitrogen from the air as well, but I'm talking about just straight up creating out of nothing, right? What a tree is doing is constantly creating soil as well. It's building soil up, right?
Trees
Through-
create soil.
Yeah, absolutely.
How?
They help create soil. Well, you look at the leaf litter underneath the maple tree. It comes down. You've got all of your wood bugs and stuff like that, which are breaking down the leaves to where the worms can eat the leaves, and you're creating. This is the main thing that's broken with agriculture in the United States is that the use of pesticides, insecticides, stuff like
Natural pesticides are very deadly too. Don't act like they're not.
that. But like, what are you talking about though? What's a natural pesticide?
Like cow crap.
Wait, what?
Cow crap.
That's
a natural fertilizer.
Yeah,
And it's a natural pesticide. It can take some animals from not participating in it.
Yeah, people, they don't want to walk past it. Wow, it smells like cow poop. But it's the building up of that soil though, is the using all those things just kills any sort of life within the soil.
No, then we wouldn't have any more farmland.
No, that's where the pesticides and the chemical fertilizers come in. They're all dependent upon these things, and then tilling, and you're not allowing the soil to be alive. The soil is basically dead, and you have to keep putting inputs in every single year in
No,
order
no,
for anything to
no.
grow.
What they do, because I'm in a farming state, what they do is they just shift around what crops are being done to help replenish things like nitrogen in the soil. And when those baby crops come up that they don't harvest, they just chop and let them go back into the earth. So the next year when they plant corn, they don't have to go crazy with fertilizers and stuff.
Yeah, but that's not ubiquitous. That is maybe a trend that is starting, but that's called a cover crop, and it's not a common practice for multi
Well,
like
yeah, this is a farming state. They do it all over, man.
well, it's one of the only ones then. It's not a common practice for monoculture um, farms to do that, but it is the way to go. Like, anyway, Ivor's getting bored. I think, as everyone else, I'm sure.
Maybe if we talked about pot farms.
Well,
Pot farms.
they're the ones that have really helped with the hydroponic growing.
Literally.
Like, yeah,
Well, I mean, the only thing I know is that the Sahara Desert, there's a whole bunch of minerals that get basically blown up into the atmosphere from the Sahara Desert, and that basically helps the rest of Africa
Mhm.
grow fertile. That's why Africa is so fertile, because you get this huge dusting of minerals and elements that have been sucked up from the Sahara Desert, carried across the atmosphere, and then deposited across the arable land.
Yeah,
And so that's kind of acts as a natural fertilizer.
even in South America, when they did it was like studies on hurricanes that were coming over from like
Yeah,
around
yeah.
Africa over to South America, they were shocked at the amount of minerals and vitamins and stuff that were in the air that came from the Sahara. And the other
Yeah.
weird thing is how the Sahara is actually shrinking.
Yeah, Swift just saying that Sahara dust blows across the Atlantic to South America as well.
Yeah.
So I would say that there are valuable minerals and elements within rocks that once they're broken down and become
Well, sand isn't
bioavailable
rocks.
to.
Sand isn't rocks. Sand was never rocks.
Oh, okay, well, whatever it is, but
Sand is silica.
Yeah, silica. Okay, but whatever is in that dust seems to be pretty valuable for ecology and ecosystems around the world.
If sand was rocks, it wouldn't be so spiky, because the good sand is the virgin sand, which is all spiky, and it's literally huge spikes sticking out of it if you look at it under the microscope, which is why now we're actually able to sell sand to places like Saudi Arabia and Egypt, because all their sand is so weathered, it's all round, and you cannot use it to make stuff like concrete with it. It's completely useless. So we literally have
Okay.
sand pits where we
That's
dig out the sand and we sell it to them, kind of like selling ice to Eskimos.
yeah, exactly.
The thing about monoculture farming, though, is that all the nutrients are being gradually leached out of the soil, and they might be replacing nitrogen, but there is a huge deficit in magnesium as well, and a whole bunch of other minerals and elements that would normally go in there, but they're just over years and years of this whole cyclical focus on nitrogen and none of the other elements that go into the microbiome. Our food is becoming less and less nutritious.
Well, it
And
can't replenish either. Like if you're growing all of this corn and it's taking whatever nutrients are in the ground, and then you take the corn out and you sell it, those are gone. That's what I'm talking about. You
yeah,
can't
exactly. Yeah. They're not being
It
replaced.
has to be,
Yeah.
they're not being replaced, and then they'd be replaced by a chemical fertilizer, and it's just not. It's not sustainable in the long run, and this is why there's deserts too. Like there used to be probably lush jungle, but then you just destroy the soil, and then nothing's going to grow there.
Anyway, welcome to Android App Addicts.
Somebody who was asking, I think it was Eric asked if there's a geology app. Who's got the geology app?
So Dor was talking about before his Reddit list of apps, of favorite apps he uses. Well, for the curated apps. So what I've got here is an app called Shelf, and if you ever follow Sam Beckman, my favorite Australian, he put his money where his mouth is. He developed a couple of apps, and I have to say this one is actually a very, very good app. I know Dora and Josh would both agree with me, and probably most people watching this at the moment would agree with me, that the Play Store is not very friendly if you're trying to find new and interesting apps. So it seems to me a lot of times that the Google Play Store just is a platform for advertising for the highest bidder, trying to sell you a pile of crap that you don't really want or not interested in. So the Shelf app is an app that Sam Beckman, who's a YouTuber, I recommend you go and check out his channel. He produces a monthly video on various apps, and he's been doing a lot more on open source apps as well from F-Droid. But what he focuses on is really good presentation. He likes apps that are visually and have a great impressive and have a great GUI and user interface that's able to be understood and well navigable, I'd say. So I use the Shelf app quite a lot for a lot of the apps I bring to the show. He has a whole set. Basically, it's a very interactive app. You can upload your own apps. If you find an app that you think is really good, you can upload your apps to this. You can do reviews, and it has a whole bunch of. He has featured apps from each video that he does. So you get all the videos. You could get all the features app. You can see other people's reviews. It's really a multifaceted app that has a lot of uses. And if you're looking for some actually useful apps, then I'd say you give Shelf a go. Have you guys tried this at all or seen this before?
Don't think so. There's something I remember in the past that was similar. At the door, you had brought one a long time ago that maybe it was just new apps or apps that were on sale.
Well, I mean, I brought I'll tell you this, like some app curation stuff before, but not this one. I will say one feature that immediately I've never seen in any app is you can find a curator that you like, and you can literally follow that curator for their
Yeah,
that
yeah.
user for their own individual app list. Because this literally is like almost like flashback. It's like deja vu. I remember back before journalists couldn't stop saying AI. Before that, they couldn't stop saying
Or blockchain.
blockchain. But
Yeah.
before that, they kept trying to say how Google is going to end because what's more important is not searching and not spidering, but curation. Finding trusted people who do their own curation of whether it was websites, news, podcasts, or whatever, and follow that person because, if you don't know the history of the author, you don't really understand the book that you read. Understanding the curator helps you understand that why they would pick this app, and then does that app jive with you, and then you would know. Well, more than likely, the last 5 apps I've seen from this guy all go right up my thing. So let's follow this guy, and more than likely, you're going to keep seeing apps that fall into your way of liking it. So I definitely like the idea. I'm not going to lie. I've never heard Sam Beckman with saying that. My YouTube subscription thing, I'm sure, is eclectic and different, is what I'll say. There's not a single Android person I think in my list. Now I stop and think about it because I had to get rid of because they wouldn't stop about sponsoring and everything just to the nth degree. So yeah,
Well, Sam's
there's
not too
definitely
bad on that respect.
yeah. Well, I'm
The only
okay
thing that
with
bothers
them.
me is his Australian accent.
Well, I'm always okay if someone wants to say if you want to support me, go here, but don't spend 3 minutes talking about this great VPN service because there's only like 2 in the world that I would think that I would consider trustworthy, useful, great. But I know,
And
that's
then
me.
it's a new one next week anyway. Like try the NordVPN, and then next week,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
your Proton VPN's the greatest VPN ever.
I know, and that's why I can't believe. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want to take ads from anybody ever, because then I can't talk bad about them. You know what I mean? Because then I can't, because they own me, kind of thing. It's like really hard to. And then if you do talk bad about them, you better make sure you like go all the way and call them Nazis or something, because otherwise people say, "Oh, you could have been harder on them. You're just being light on them because they gave you money." So yeah,
Yeah, well, that's mainstream media in general, right there, man.
well, it's a
Everything's
lot.
brought to you by Pfizer and everything else. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Don't get him started again.
this this app might cause tuberculosis. But yeah, so a good app recently updated. I see, which is always good. I'll say. And the only reason is because there's always new. Whenever an app is always updated, I hope it's not just to give you cleaner ads in the app, but to actually give you some enhancements. So it's version 2.2 updated April 7th, 2024, 50,000 plus downloads. Good news, Josh, you only need Android 5.0 and up.
Yes.
Good. So yeah, definitely this is one I'm going to check out, I'm not gonna lie. The permissions don't look, perverse is the way I'll put them. They look like normal stuff. Very cool.
Swift is asking who is still on IRC. Open even?
I'll say, well, we used to have IRC chat enabled in the live page on podnutz.com below the video, but stuff went crazy in the last like 5 years on IRC, where Freenode went through some controversy, other ones popped up, but it seems like no matter where I went, um, people were either insanely rude or like no holds barred kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not on IRC right now. Now, if I do ever get on IRC again, it's going to be on a server that I literally own myself, because I want to be able to kick or boot anybody, because that's just it.
Well, I remember before being on this show, I was in IRC. I remember like Ivor's name would come up every once in a while, and I had no idea because I didn't go on YouTube. I'd watch the show from the website and be in the IRC.
Yeah, I did that too. Yeah.
Were you in IRC as well?
Well, I was using the not on the IRC, but I was using the website, the Podnutz website, to view it. Yeah. And that came with a chat option.
Yeah.
Which I think was based on IRC, was it?
Oh yeah. It was definitely there. And I will say I like the idea also of, and here's I'm going to say this almost like weirdly. The most successful people, or the people who seem to have the most success in, let's just say, podcasting, for instance, are people who were successful someplace else first. You know what I mean? I like the fact that this guy is at least successful on YouTube, and instead of just sticking on YouTube the entire time, now still he's on the Googleverse or whatever, but at least he's putting out stuff in other formats that also carry his name, because that's how you really should do it. You should try to like diversify as much as you can and be interesting anywhere you are, and see if you can get more people to at least follow you.
He put out another app, which was a customization app. So it was, I think you could install different launchers and have different customized launchers and stuff like that on it. But he said it cost him a fortune to host the app, and he didn't realize how much it was going to cost. And so he asked, so it was free. He launched a free app, and then it cost him a fortune. And so he asked for people to pay $1, I think, if they were going to install that app. But he learned his lesson from that, and now he's got sponsors and stuff. So, but I don't know, the whole issue with monetization around apps and videos and things like that. It's another can of worms that's almost as bad as agriculture.
Well, it is, and nothing on the cloud is free. They're either scraping all your data and selling it, or you got to pay, and that's one of those unfortunate side effect things. You're a victim of your own success. he got a service where he thought it's going to cost this much and more people download it than he thought. And it's like, holy crap. Okay. Now I got to find a way to pay this.
Yeah, right. You're just kind of crippled by success.
Yeah. I mean, people are victims of their own success a lot. I don't want to say it's not proper planning, but gotta, pace yourself and know
Yeah, I
what you're
think he just
trying
he
to do.
just didn't understand what would be involved and how much, because it was quite a popular app and a lot of people downloaded it, and because it ended up costing him money.
Yeah.
So
My classic example is at work. When I make applications, I have a separate report database server. And the reason is because you always have that user sitting there on that report hitting F5, 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 and just constantly refreshing and nailing your database and taking up bandwidth and causing resources to go out just because this one user doesn't believe we're out of paper clips or something stupid. Never underestimate the stupidity of users to abuse or accidentally abuse your services. Which is why, like, even now with my podcasting apps, I used to have it on like automatic, like every 2 hours check for feeds. I don't even do that anymore, just because I know when I stop and think about it, 80% of the feeds only update like once a day. I'm doing this every 2 hours. How much bandwidth am I wasting on my phone? How much server throughput am I wasting? So I just say now, just like once a day, down when I come home, download the app or the podcast. That's it.
All of these reasons are the why I've just try not to have success in anything I do.
Wait a minute.
Well, you're successful in that, then, aren't you?
But then, yeah, if you're the case, then you're successful in that. Fail. That's why when my daddy told me when I was younger, you can lead or follow or get out of the way, I got out of the way. Sorry. Couldn't help it. Do you have more stuff there, Ivor?
Yeah, I do have one more, or I've got a couple more actually. But so this is a note-taking app. Now, I used to be a big user of Pocket. I don't know if anyone else has ever used that. But one of the things that attracted me to Pocket in the first place was that they promised that if you saved a link to your Pocket book, it would be available in Pocket forever. It would be saved and preserved. It'd be like a kind of a snapshot. What is that one the Library of Congress uses to freeze websites and store them?
Archive.org.
Archive, yeah, well, yeah, it's something like that. So I thought, oh well, so I saved a whole bunch of stuff to Pocket, but then a while ago I went back and tried to go back to some of these links that I'd saved a couple of years ago, and they're all gone. And so Pocket lied to me basically. Now I don't know. So this is the Zoho Corporation. It's called Notebook Note Taking and To Do. This is a Zoho Notes application, and it's got all the functionality that I've been looking for in a note taking and storing it. Now I don't know if the links that I store to this are still going to be available later on, but currently I'm actually quite impressed with it. I've signed up with my Google account. It's linked into all my Google Photos, and it's in the Google sphere, so it's got all that stuff going for it. But it has to-do options, so I can have a to-do list. It has options to customize your notebooks. It has, you can do reminders. It is really quite multifunctional, and the functionality is really quite good. There is a like a pro option, but that I think it only enables you to customize the notebook covers. Oh no, they offer a special range of images you can put onto your notebooks, which are premium images, but you can put your own ones on for free anyway. So that's I don't know, you won't use it. You don't have to use it, and that's about the only restriction I know between the pro and the free version. So I'm quite happy using the free version at the moment, and hopefully when I go back to some of the notes I've taken over the last couple of years, it will still enable me to read those web links, but not sure yet. What do you guys use for taking notes?
Pen
Swift
and
says he uses Joplin. Yeah, to write down the URLs as well on your notebook.
No, I just have 45,000 tabs open.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So does everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest, I still use Pocket, but I only use Pocket for note taking for shows. So as long as my links are still there before the next show, I'm fine. Honestly, whenever I see something that I really, 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 really want to save, I send it to myself as an email.
Okay.
Which just means my email inbox is disgusting. I mean, oof, it is
Yeah.
nasty. I mean, people have like zero inbox. I'm pretty sure last time I looked, it was 11,000 unread because I leave all the important stuff like that unread. So when I do my searches, I can just filter on what is unread to know, oh, it's this one. Then I click it, then I open it, then I click the link, then I click mark as unread, and I go back. Zen has been around forever, if I'm not mistaken. These people were like one of the very first people, I believe, to have the availability of online Office. And then this is before Office 365.
Mm.
I'm 99% sure. Um, and it's like Zen Zoho Office, and it's been around for a while. So I would say, been around so
Yeah, it was
long.
right before Google Docs. Yeah,
Yeah,
Zoho's
yeah.
been doing this sort of thing for ages. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and this app alone has existed since 2017, which is not since the beginning of Android, but it's a good ways back. Which also tells me that this app should be polished, solid, not crashy, not buggy. Shouldn't have like keyboard popping up in weird places, covering up stuff. So it should be that kind of like healthy app. I also like the fact that it seems like it's not only a notebook in the traditional sense, but it also has the availability to even do stuff like scanning documents.
Yes, it does all
Which I
that
will
as well.
say,
Yeah.
I'm sure not every note application does that, so it's good to see it in this kind of app.
Interacts with your calendar as well, your Google Calendar. So you can put stuff in here and it'll automatically go through to your Google Calendar as well, which I like. It's
I was gonna say,
it's not much difference between this and Google Keep. Sorry, what's that, Josh?
Oh no, I was just wondering if you can you save your data to a Google Drive or something like that, your a local network storage?
I haven't tried that yet, but I'll give it a go and let you know how I get on.
Well, and it
It
wouldn't shock
seems to be
me.
fully integrated.
Yeah, it also wouldn't shock me if because this company's been around a while, that they wouldn't have at least some sort of uh, friendlier like export device, export feature to be able to just get your stuff and if you want to move to someplace else.
It's got a sync option. No, it doesn't seem to have anything like that. Oh, that's like sync option on cellular data, just whether you use cellular data or not. Zia
I see it
suggestions.
has recipes too. So
Mm.
that whisk was bought by Samsung.
Yes, yeah. So that's now Samsung food. Yeah.
Do you still use it?
Nope. It's not as good as it used to be now. Everything's been shitified. Pardon my French. There is an option here to download your notebook data, so you can download it to your file, export it out to your hard drive, and then upload it to your Google Drive if you want. That seems a way to go through it. But yeah, I use it a
Yeah,
lot. It's great.
yeah, and I'll say I'm still vexed about my note-taking app, um, because I'm still using Nextcloud, and I'm using Nextcloud Notes, which is very easy to back up, very easy to share, very easy to open in all kinds of places. But the problem is, the last time me and Josh were running Nextcloud, we were running it on, well, whatever. When we got upgrades, randomly it would just completely nuke itself. And there's no
Mm.
rhyme or reason, and I couldn't find, and I don't think Josh was able to find a reasonable way to recover from those explosions besides nuking and paving, which I mean, Nextcloud is not new; it's old, and it's based off of own cloud, which they had upgrades. I mean, decent, but now I made the mistake of I installed Nextcloud in a Docker image, thinking, it's really easy to back up and restore and upgrade kind of thing. Yeah, sure it is. I installed it on Docker, and 2 weeks later, they announced that the Nextcloud Pi Docker image would be discontinued because they have to work on other stuff.
Cool.
Yeah, cool. So now I have an out of
Great.
date Nextcloud installation with my notes and stuff on it. And honestly, I don't really. The only reason I use the notes on that one is I use open the notes, put in my blood pressure for today and the date, new line, close the app. Next week, open it up or whatever, do my blood pressure, write down the numbers, which is another thing my doctor said. I was the only one in her career she's ever asked who actually gave me like a blood pressure reading every day for like 3 months straight. She says, anytime I ask, they give me like a note with like 3 readings on it. And I haven't seen them in 3 months. She's like, so you're the first one that's ever actually listened to me. She also said, um, I was the only person who in the past was strict enough where I was literally on diabetes med and then off diabetes med for like a year. And then I went to Disney and found some new beers and, you know,
Back to diabetes.
yeah, well, I mean, it still isn't bad. I'm still not taking, insulin shots or anything. So, I got that going for me, which is nice.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you're not losing limbs
You
yet.
have you have a Raspberry Pi 5 door?
I still am on a Raspberry Pi 4 running the Ice Tower cooler, which is running really smooth, really good. I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. I really do hate the fact they don't have full size HDMI ports on it still. I did see like a $5 board you can snap on the side of it, which will give you 2 full HDMI ports on it. But I do like the idea of now with the new Pi having the PCI Express bus available to it for greater speeds. But, I'm holding off because Raspberry Pi is proven they don't care about the community. They've proven they don't care about hackers, and they're getting ready to basically go public with like an IPO, and we're getting ready to be bought by. I don't think it was
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Samsung. It was somebody was going to buy them or
Maybe
offering them.
buy 'em.
Yeah, it was somebody I don't
The
like. I
IPO
remember
was very popular.
that. Mm-hmm.
They've already had an IPO?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I think so. Just recently, I saw an article about the IPO coming out, and
Yeah,
it was very well subscribed.
yeah, they're
Yeah,
planning on it, but I don't think it's
huge
happening yet.
demand.
I want to say it was Broadcom, maybe that wanted to buy them.
Oh, so it'll be a public company. That's
Yeah, shame.
It's a death knell.
yeah, right.
Well,
Maybe Elon will buy it.
That's great.
there's only one constant in the universe, and that is change. And I really liked how Raspberry Pi started. I really liked where they were going in the beginning. And just like the Star Wars movie, now they're not made for me. So I move on. I still like Highlander.
Getting
Though.
Jar Jarred.
Yeah.
I don't have any apps for Android, but I wanted to bring this. It's called Corny Chat, and both Swift and Ivor in the chat said that they were done with Noster,
Oh,
and that's just because I don't know what's wrong with them. But the this is a
We don't have Bitcoin.
It's a chat room. You can create chat rooms and log in with your Noster ID. And yeah, I was thinking that this might be something that we can attempt to do with this show as well, is stream it on here. It's pretty
yeah.
Yeah, it's. I did it once. Some guy, just random, started a Only Dan's page.
What?
And yeah, Only Dan's.
Okay.
And so he had mentioned on Noster, and so I put it. I went on here on my phone, and then what was I doing? I was thinking I was planning some Kiwi or something, and chatted with him for quite some time on there, just random dude, and it worked pretty flawlessly for the whole time. Cornychat.com.
Ain't gonna lie, I'm interested. And I will say I've been extremely incompetent and lazy about finding ways to stream on Noster. I know it's there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like there's been a pretty significant uptick in users through Noster. I think that it's actually, I mean, Jack Dorsey is all in on Noster, so I mean that's going to bring quite a
Oh
few
yeah.
people to.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
because
And he
the
has.
blue sky thing, he just no, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done with it.
And I'll say, he at least had a really nice beard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and some cool tie dye shirts too.
Yeah. And that's the thing. As long as people like Ashton Kutcher aren't on it, I'm okay. I will say this is another thing that I really, I'm almost ready to buy on the black market, a medication. Sorry, Josh, for triggering you. Called Provigil. Um, Long and the short of it is, this is the same medication that the last 4 or 5 presidents have taken every day when they're in office. It is a attention drug that can really, like, help with, let's just say, attention related things. I've been like begging this one doctor, can I please get some ADHD, anything, just so I can see if it affects me different? Because the thing with Nostr is I open it up and I see text and I'm like, text, oh God, more text, more text, more text, more text, more text, more text. Reading is like hard, is what I'll say. You know how like they say there's introverts that when they're by themselves, they recharge their battery. When they're around other people, they, lose battery charge. And then there's extroverts when they're alone by themselves, they lose charge when they're around. I'm the kind, words suck my battery dry. Um, when if I get an email from work that's like more than like 3 or 4 sentences, yeah, I'll reply tomorrow because I don't have the time to sit there and read it like 30 times. Not right now. Um, so I want to try to do something that maybe will help with me being able to read a little bit better. Because what I really want to do is retire from my 9 to 5 job here in 2 years and 4 months, something like that, and maybe actually try to get like some college credit under my belt. And really, it's just for me. I just want to do some in-depth digging, some deep diving into something. I don't know what it is yet, and just learn stuff and then say, hey, look, I got this thing. But in the end, I'm probably going to end up getting either some security cert or something because security people make money,
Mm.
like good money, like great money. Last year alone, I want to say there was over 40,000 unfilled security jobs in the U.S. alone for computer security, not, standing at a gate with a flashlight security.
That's even worse here. We were offering to pay people's airfares and settle them and come and live in New Zealand and do security for our computer systems. We were just crying out for people a few years ago. And they all buggered off to Australia.
Yeah.
I just want to do one more app,
Yep.
if you can stand it, Door.
Of course, yes.
So I sent this one around on the Voxer chat. This is called Video Summarizer, and I really like it. It's basically what it does is, I know you're living hell that Door just described as words, but so what it does is it takes a YouTube video or a video from another source, and it will give you a summary of what's happening in that video, a written summary of what's happened in that video. So you don't actually have to watch the video; you can actually just read what's been going on. So I'll just share my screen with you so you can see what it does and what it looks like. Hang on, screen one. No. screen 2. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find
This
the right
is like
screen.
right here. So you're telling me you can take a video and turn it into words.
Oh, hang on a sec. All right. Can you see that all right? Okay. So you can share the link. You basically find a YouTube link. You can share it using the share option into the video summarizer app. So here's one I got a little while ago. It's the Pixel 8a review that Mr. Mobile did, Michael Fisher, a little while ago. And you can play the video. So you can play it while it's going. So it does that, but then it goes through and gives you all the options or a summary of everything in the video. And I assume it's done with AI. I'm not sure exactly, but I assume that's how it's happened. And so if you don't want to view the video, you can do it. You got questions. Oops, sorry. You can write a question, and I just was very impressed. I thought it did a very good job of summarizing each video, and I'm not sure what use you'd have for it, but if you do have a use for it, then this is a good app to use.
Does it have a search? Like search
No. No, you can't search the text.
Because if
There
that
is an
would
option
be
to.
useful, if you could, if you were looking for some piece of information and you could just search whether the video had it or not.
Or could you just search for, like, let's say Pixel 8, and even if it isn't in the title of the YouTube video, can it find it? Or do you have to go to like a YouTube video and say, go to Video Summarizer or subscribe in Video Summarizer to a channel?
Yeah, don't know.
Have you ever used this app before, Ivor?
I have. You can see I've done two apps that I've summarized, which I thought was quite good.
Oh, thanks, God.
Sorry. No, there doesn't seem to be any search option.
I did like the little LM at the corner of your screen share, though.
LM?
Linux Mint.
Oh, right. Yes. It's a great system.
As long as it works.
Works for me.
Very cool. Okay, I'll say I really don't have another like app, but I want to just mention this one really quick, only because I thought I mentioned it before, like months ago, but I don't seem to be able to find a link to it in anything. I don't, but you know what I mean. It's called Obtainium. 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 Basically, this is one of these kind of apps where if you do decide to download from Izzy or F-Droid or GitHub even, this can, in one app interface, download all of the updates from all these different places, whether it's GitLab, Codeberg, Source Hub, APK Pure, Aptoid, on and on and on and on and on and on. I like the idea of not having to go into each app and say update or having to visit websites to try to get your updates, but just come to this one centralized app. To me, I can picture Google Play, like Ivor kind of said, only getting worse and worse and more commercialized, where it's really difficult to find niche things or things that aren't paid, like Facebook app or something. Where I think we're going to have to rely on other sources just as much in the future, if not more. And with this kind of app, at least we can know we can have stuff that gets updated.
Yeah, well, it's you did bring this one.
I did.
Yeah, I think it was a couple shows ago.
Okay.
I saw it on that list too that you brought, the Reddit list.
Yeah.
It was on there. But yeah, it's a way of decentralizing apps as well. You know, if
Thank
you
you.
have so many different places to get them from, and I mean, if this can wrap it all up into an easy way to update them, then
Yeah.
that's great.
I couldn't think of the word decentralized. And to me, I'll say there's nothing wrong with centralization, but you got to understand as a user, it comes with a price. And the price is those places always want to lock you in, lock you down, and limit what you can do. For instance, you're not going to get a good new pipe app on Google Play because it violates their terms, kind of thing. So if you want really to be able to do anything you want to do on your phone and you have any imagination whatsoever, you're eventually going to need other places to get your fill.
Well, and plus there's just those inherent issues with with centralized services is that if for any reason they want to shut you off, then you're done. Or if whatever, if they go out of business, you're done.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have the options out there.
Yeah, kind of like how when the Kindle stuff first launched, they deleted 1984 from people's devices, which was kind of ironic.
Yeah. Burning.
Yeah. Okay, you want to do an app rundown?
Sure. And not just apps. Let's see here. We talked about the light phone and the lockdown mode in Android 15 for all the rich people with phones that have Android 15. And then we talked about Android removing data stored by the apps and VS Code on Android. And Knots 3D by 9X LLC. Spelling Bee Unlimited by O Infinity. And a list of free and open source apps on Reddit. That'll probably be the link. Will probably be in the show notes for that too. And Shelf App Curator by Sam Beckman. Notebook, Note Taking, and To Do by Zoho Corporation. CornyChat.com. Video Summarizer by Remote Mouse. And Obtainium by Imran R98 on GitHub.
Typical GitHub name. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus a
R98.
lot of very useful information about soil and nutrient breakdown.
In the movement of sand across the atmosphere to from Saudi Arabia to Antarctica.
Pretty much a TED talk here. Like, really.
My TED talk's been seen 9 million times. Oh wait. Very cool. I will say I honestly I like the apps that we were bringing. To be honest, every time you said Sam Beckman, I only heard one thing in my head, and that was Sam Beckett from Quantum Leap.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's like I couldn't stop hearing that name. I'm sorry. So I just kept picturing the wind in the tunnel and the suit kind of thing.
Great show.
Did you see the remake of that?
Oh my
Did
God.
you see the remake?
Bad. It was
That's
one of
terrible.
the most horrific piles of dung I think I've ever seen on my screen upstairs in my life. It was so bad.
I watched the first 15 minutes of the first episode, and I almost shot the TV. It was terrible.
The wife just has watched them all, and every now and then I just force myself to watch like 5. It is literally whoever is behind that show needs to be taken out back and shot.
When did that come out? When is it recent?
Maybe 2 years ago, 3 maybe. I just know it's like, oh God, it's like so bad.
Just avoid it like the plague. Go back and watch the
plague.
original series. Much better.
Yeah. Oh man, great. So do you have any parting words there, Ivor?
Oh, thank you to everybody for coming out. I noticed we had quite a few people in the chat today, so it's good to see that. Thanks for all your support. And thanks for putting up with all our conversations about soil depletion. And hopefully we can get together a bit more frequently from now on.
Very
So-
cool. Very cool. Josh, how you feeling?
Yeah, man, I'm good. Get outside, get some sunshine. Except if you're in the southern hemisphere and it's starting to get too cold. But yeah, take your shoes off, walk in the grass with just your feet, like, touch Mother Nature, get grounded, do all these things. There's not an app for that. You just got to do it. And yeah, like I want to mimic what Ivor said about everybody in the chat. That was fun. It's always a good time when I don't have to listen to Ivor talk and I can just chat with people in the YouTube chat. So thanks for coming out. And yeah, thanks Dor for letting Ivor and I ride along in your coattails here for how many years has it been? 12? 15?
I'm old and now I have no like rational measurement of time, so I don't know. I will say also really quick, last second tangent. The other thing that was really funny on the South Park episode was for the people who couldn't afford those drugs, the doctors were prescribing Lizzo, and
Oh, yeah.
it was literally like, oh, 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 Lizzo, and it was But some of the things they said, it was very obvious why she didn't appear on that show. Is what I want to say. Um, Quite funny, haha, indeed. And yeah, the chat. I'm always shocked when we all of a sudden do a show and there's like literally like 7 people waiting for the stream to start, and I keep thinking, wait a minute, I'm one, Josh is one, Ivor's another. Who else is there? Okay, but yeah. So big thank you
Half of my
to
family.
yeah. Uh, Red Chuck the Rhino, dude. It is always so damn good to see you. And I will say, I keep now thinking every time I see Chuck, I just picture him because I know for a while there he was doing like karaoke stuff, just having a blast, singing stuff like "Oh Oh It's Magic," songs like that kind of thing. Yeah. Thanks everyone for coming out. And again, Flying Rich, I'm sorry I'm fixed. Um, and the wife kind of tuckers me out. But with that said, it's really easy to send us an email, aaa@podnutz.com. It's really easy to send us a voicemail, 7076-podnut. I don't know how the hell I still remember that number. You could also either just follow us on Nostr. We're going to look at the corny chat thing,
Nice.
see how much stuff we can do in there as well. We are on Voxer with doing voice chats. So if you just want to really quickly tell us how we suck, or how dumb I am about geology or agriculture, just send us a link on Voxer and you can do so. And I'll just let you know you're not going to be the only one. So, we have that going for us.
The Discord is pretty well. If you want it, pretty good too. If you want to get into the Discord.
Yeah. And on Discord, the main thing I will say I like about Discord is they've already been propositioned by many companies, Sony, Microsoft, and everybody. And they keep saying, no, we're not selling. So everything that you need to do on Discord, you can do for free. If you want to throw them a couple shekels, you can get some extra flair, like things. That's about it. So I think still it's a reasonably sane interface.
At least 20 pieces of flair.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got one more thing, Dor.
Of course.
Don't eat hot peppers and touch sensitive areas on your body. That's what I want to leave you with.
Do you know how I figured out how to get my 18-year-old out of the house? I randomly put like Ben Gay in his underwear in his drawer. And like every now and then, huh? And then he puts Tiger Bomb, and then when he puts on his underwear, and then like 5 minutes later, I hear him screaming top of his lungs. Like, dude, this wouldn't happen if you didn't live here. I might have gotten an oral reprimand from my better half when that happened. The second time. First time, I swear it wasn't me. Second time, she kind of knew it was me because I couldn't stop laughing. Okay, I digress. Again, thanks for everyone for downloading. Thanks everyone for participating, and thanks everybody for being awesome. We will talk to everyone again super soon after I cut this live streamy feedy thingy thing. See ya.
Cheerio.
Oh yeah, yeah. You have to go back there.
Yeah, I think my computer is about as old as my phone.
Yeah,
Similar genre.
yeah. My last one was over 7 years old.
Yeah.
I went and looked at the last time Lenovo sold the. I want to say it was 420 ThinkPad 420, but it's a 420. You know, I can't just get rid of it. It means too much. Oh my goodness. I tell you
Yeah.
what, man, I don't know what the hell I ate in the last day or two. I can't stop burping. It's like ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it's apropos, I guess. Right, Ivor.
Exactly.
Now we went on this charter. My friends here from Hawaii
Oh,
when I
damn.
lived with when I was over there, and he's been he worked for a dive company over there on a boat for a long time, and then he's gone off on his own and bought this unbelievably nice boat with twin 300 Yamahas.
Damn.
Yeah, it's so he does diving and fishing charters there. And he was here with his family, so we went out on a salmon charter and caught two sockeye
Wow.
salmon for $1,000. So it was pretty sweet.
That's awesome.
$500 a fish.
Phew. Well,
It was fun though.
your government appreciates the money you spend on taxes and stuff with that.
Oh, I don't want to talk about taxes here.
Sorry, it's our subject.
It's BC is out
Well,
of control.
Well, here's one thing that blew my mind. You were talking about the hot water heaters. Now, here's my question: did you know that there's a piece on the top of your hot water heater that you're supposed to unscrew and pull out and clean off every like year or two?
Is that like a corrosion rod or something?
I had no idea. When the guy came to replace our hot water heater, he said, "You know, this is one of the saddest things I've ever experienced in my career. Is that how these things are literally built to last for 50 years." And all you got to do, he said, is every 2 years or so, take this nut off, pull out the rod, and the rod will be covered in rust. And you basically just clean off the rust, put it back in, and it works fine. No one does that. He said, so the hot water heater might last 8 years.
Well, ours are working fine,
Yeah.
but the insurance company won't insure the house unless it has new water heaters. It's unbelievable, man.
I don't want to say I never heard of that, but I know recently insurance companies have gotten very anal about who they're going to cover and how much they're going to cover people for. That's nuts. That's nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy because we have a downstairs suite here, and so there's a hot water heater there, and then there's one for the upstairs as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah. I hope I don't have to move, but I think we might be moving in the next 2 years.
Really?
Yeah, for
Really?
I don't know. That's the whole thing. It's basically so we have an in-law suite, which we might need is the way I'll put it. Because old people. I mean, why can't they just be like in Japan? Oh wait, sorry.
Or people actually take care of their parents.
I know. I saw a shirt though, and I almost wanted it, but I can't get it. I won't get it. It literally says, "It really sucks when I'm the same age as old people." I keep getting friggin' AARP stuff in the mail, and I swear, oh my god,
What's AARP?
Old people.
yeah, RP Retired Persons Association of Retired Persons. The only
like hard candy.
Yeah, exactly. Hey there, honey, you need some candy? The only thing they do that I think is really good is they do have a podcast literally called The Perfect Scam, where all they do is they interview old people that admit to them that they got scammed, and they go through all the details on how it happened, how much it costs. The last one, I want to say the guy literally lost over $700,000.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah. Now, one of the more, here's an interesting one. One of the more popular, newer scams in America is you go on Facebook or Instagram or the IG and you find a pet, and the person says that they sell pets, and you're like, oh my goodness, Fluffy just bit the dust and got hit by a snowplow. I need a new dog. You contact them. And they say, we have this dog here. It looks perfect. They'll send you pictures and videos and everything. It looks perfect. Okay. You want it? Well, first off, you have to send me a $500 down payment, and then we can start to get everything rolling. That will go towards the payment of the dog. You know what I mean? Because nowadays it's hard to get an actual dog for less than $2,000, because all of a sudden now everyone wants pets. So then you pay the money, and then, okay, well, now the dog, to get it, it's going to cost about $2,000 for us to ship it to you. Okay, so send us the money. Okay, now I'm sorry, but we just realized the dog is short on shots. It has to get these shots before it can go anywhere. There's another $500 fee for that. Okay, so we need that. Then you give them $500. Then I'm sorry, I completely forgot. The crate that we send them into overnight. We just ran out by sending out our last dog, so we need to order some new ones. So I'm gonna need you to help pay for the crate. The crate is another $2,000. Just give us $1,000, and you will cover the rest of it. And then you send them 1,000, and then they just keep going, and they just keep going, and they just keep going, and they just keep getting money from you. And there's no goddamn dog. One of my mother-in-law's best friends fell for that scam, and she ended up paying almost $8,000 before somebody in her family caught wind of what she was doing, was like, stop. And
That's
yeah,
crazy.
it's the sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cognitive bias, where I already put money into this thing. It's not a scam. I know it's not a scam. It's good. I already gave them money. We're good. I'm going to get, okay, it's fine. We're good. And they just keep shoveling money.
Wow.
That's where being cheap is really helpful, because I won't give them a dime to start with.
Yeah. Well, a fool and their money is soon depart or soon. What is that saying? A fool and their money are soon departed or soon.
Something like
Parted.
that.
Full of money is soon parted.
Parted. Yeah, yeah. Sure, sure. I know that there's too many people who have too much disposable money. I honestly think that's how like half the scams happen, just because somebody has a little bit too much money.
Well, I tell you what, I bought my son a T-shirt for his birthday online, and within half an hour, I think it was like 20 minutes of doing the transaction, I got a call from my bank saying, this link is that you've used is no good. This is a bit of a scam. These guys, some we think you may have been phished.
Mm,
They immediately suspended the transaction. Yada yada yada. He still hasn't got his T-shirt,
mm.
but it was quite good to get that to know that they're looking, making sure that everything is fine, and that if there's anything dodgy happens on my account, then they'll let me know.
Yeah,
I don't know if that'll continue, but I was
yeah.
quite impressed that they did it so quickly.
Well, to me, that's the main reason to never use your debit card as a debit card and to only use it as a
Mm.
credit card. Because when you use
Well, I
that as
use
a credit
PayPal.
card, oh, even better. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it wasn't actually PayPal. It may have been a
Well,
scam pal website.
PayPal.
So, yeah. So I think that was probably what the problem was. But yeah.
so dumb question, Josh. Are you on Bitwarden still?
Uh,
I can't remember.
I am, but I've also trying out the Proton
Yeah, yeah,
Pass, I think it's
yeah, yeah,
called.
yeah.
And so they sort of fight sometimes,
Right.
especially when using a YubiKey.
Yeah, I'm using the Proton VPN as well.
Does the Proton one have passkey integration already? I can't remember.
Passkey.
Not sure.
The long and the short of it is now even Google and Apple devices are prompting you when you go to certain web pages, do you want to create a passkey? Even Amazon now, when I go to Amazon, it keeps prompting me, do you want to create a passkey? Not a password, basically just, a long string that, but the gimmick is Android wants to store it and Google wants to store it in the Google verse, and then Apple wants to store it in the Apple verse. And in those two verses, there's no export feature right now. So it's literally like if you do it there, you get locked into their systems. But LastPass and the one I mentioned,
Bitwarden.
Bitwarden, both now have started to do passkey integration in it. And it's
But
supposedly,
what's the point?
well, okay, passkeys don't require a username nor an email address. So you can't go to a website and say reset password, send it to the email address, and I hacked your email account and I can get your password. You know what I mean? It doesn't work.
Yeah.
With passkeys, I believe, log in once, and it creates a master key that's hidden in the device. Then when that happens, you can say now I want to create a passkey, and when the passkey is like a secondary form of authentication. So you have the two forms of authentication, and with Bitwarden and the other ones, you can say I want to sync my basically vault across the devices, and it brings over the master key, which all the other keys are based off of, and all of the pass keys.
Yeah, I understand that part, but to have you have to have a different passkey for every. I mean, this is one of the things that is intriguing to me about Nostr is that it's using that protocol and you can carry it anywhere you want to, right? Instead of having one for Apple, one for Amazon, you have your public and private key pair,
right?
And you can use that anywhere.
Well,
and
they're supposed to be more secure than passwords, just because they're literally like 256 bit long.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'd rather use Squirrel.
Yeah.
Because I set up a demo for that, and I was like, wow, I can't believe how good this works. So I'm not at all on the passkey bandwagon yet, and I'm going to try to fight my damnedest to not do it. I mean, just like, to be honest, I don't do most two-factor authentication because most of it to me is not done the right way. It's too easy to
spoof it or
SIM spoof it and stuff like that. I'll rather just give me a 30 plus character password that no one can remember, and fine. I'm fine with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's a better system overall, I think, with the key pair like that. But just, I, I don't know. It's like getting text messages from iPhones,
Mm,
and they're just all oh, this person favorited an image or like
I
whatever,
know.
liked an image. Like, what image was it?
I hate that
Like,
crap.
what? Or a response to something. Oh, this
Yeah.
responded to this. Well, what is it? It doesn't show up properly, and I have no idea what anybody's talking about.
Yeah. Like the other example I have is at work, I have a key fob that I press the button. I press the button and it gives me a 6-character key. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've had people who think they're tech savvy laugh at me for having it because you can just have the app on your phone, which you can. And I tried to explain to them it's less secure. And they were like, well, if it was less secure, then why do they do it? Because I want to say people like you are stupid and you accept them giving you an app. And this token thing costs them, all of 8 cents to make, and they don't want to spend 8 cents to make it. I don't know. That's all I can tell you. Because I told my work, when this key fob dies and you tell me there's no more and I have to get the app on my phone, I'm not. Unless you pay my phone bill or a good percentage of it. Otherwise, I'm not putting it on my phone. Nope. And literally the tech looked at me like I was brain dead. What? You don't trust having the app on your phone? No, no, I don't. So
So
yeah.
this is not related to that at all, but I was talking to my buddy who lives in Seattle, and he was in New York City.
Mm,
He's in Queens for work, and went out 5 minutes away from his hotel, and was uh, there was the guy attempted to mug him.
oh jeez.
Said he jumped out from behind a tree
Oh jeez.
with a switchblade, and my buddy Kevin had just lost his wallet a week ago, and so had to go through everything, or a couple weeks ago, and had to go through everything to get new credit cards and a driver's license and all that. And he said he was just pissed, and he just said, "Come take it." And the guy, and he said that the guy like basically swung the knife at him or tried to stab him, and he sidestepped him, and he said he hit him harder than he's ever hit anything in his life, and they both ended up on the ground, and he got up and ran.
Oh
And
jeez.
like, holy shit, man, this
That's
was
what
last night.
he,
Crazy.
if you have to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles, you'll have that attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I definitely think so.
But yeah, I mean, like, a crazy story, man, like just insane.
I don't want to go to big cities. I mean, the worst I have is a coyote walking down the street.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You talking about the Mexican smugglers, or
Well, no, but I'm worried about the Czechoslovak Mexican drivers.
the which ones?
Czechoslovak Mexicans.
Checkers are Mexican.
Yeah, they hit you. They get out of the car. You have no idea what nationality they are because you don't understand a single word they're saying. They could be Arabic. They could be They could be northern Mexicans. They could be from Canada for all I know.
Kentuckian.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. I think I have to go punch a kid. They don't have school anymore. Oh shit. They don't understand. Consistency is what kids crave and they don't even know it. I'll be back.
Oh dear.
Well,
So how are you getting on with the homeschooling, dude?
yeah, it's good. I mean, I don't know. It's life is school, right? Like he's only 5, soon to be 6. So we've got a couple workbooks, which is kind of the only sit down, go over things. But I mean, he's learning fractions on a tape measure. We play a lot of games, so there's always math involved in that, or asking him to read something off whatever. So, to me, that's school, that's learning. So whether that will change as it gets higher into grades, it might have to be a little more strict on the book learning and stuff. But as it stands, like he's I don't know. He seems to be getting it and growing and getting smarter. So
Mm.
I think it's a success so far. How
Yeah,
about you?
because my biggest problem is that I've forgotten everything that I was I was taught like 40 years ago, and I went in and went out, and you're trying to we're trying to do this science project at the moment where we're studying uh, the effect that the differential gearing has. So you're
Mhm.
changing on your bicycle, change from one gear to another, or what? How does that work, and why does it work? I have no freaking clue. So I have to spend like ages myself trying to figure out what the hell is. I have to go and refresh my memory on this stuff. I spend like
Right.
most weekends. I have to sit down and do a whole bloody miniature course of my own before I can actually teach it to her. And I realize how bad my own public school education was, how really, really bad it was, because I really know nothing when it comes to teaching kids the stuff they need to know for school. And plus, we've got these books as well, but they're full of shit. They're full of absolute shit.
Well,
The,
I
the
mean, to me, there's only one like true rule. The best way to learn something is be forced to teach it. If you have to teach somebody something, you have no choice, man. You got to
Yeah,
go
yeah, you
all
can't
in.
teach what you don't know, and so if you don't know it, you've got to learn it very
Yeah.
quickly, because you guarantee that they will find that one question that you don't know.
Uh-huh.
We
Exactly.
were talking about we
And
were
if
talking about
you,
homeschooling, Dor.
huh?
Is how well we were talking. We were talking about homeschooling. Is how this started. Just so you're caught
Yeah.
up. I think you were gone
Yeah.
when.
Yeah. He told me that he was having to do that before, and it's like it doesn't matter how much you think you know, they will always ask you the one question that makes you go,
Well, you don't.
"That's a really good question." Um,
I don't know.
do you have to use the bathroom or something? And while they're in the bathroom, hurry up and look it up.
But that's one of the things too that is, I don't know. It's almost a anti-societal norm to say I don't know.
Oh yeah,
People just seem like they have to make up some bullshit answer instead of
dude,
just saying, "Well, actually, I don't know."
you're exactly right, and I hate that
Mm.
because I love saying I don't know. I love it because I know. Well, then it gives me a chance to shut my mouth and like learn something.
Yeah, or somebody asks you a question, say, "Oh, I don't know," and you don't talk to them. That too. But
You find
there's
out.
like a good. I listened to a good episode today, actually, of the. I don't know if you guys have listened to the Survival podcast at all yet or ever, with Jack Spearco, and he goes and breaks down the school system and just how it's set up and fallacies within it. Like basically how I think everybody knows now that it was created to create factory workers, like to output factory workers. It's not
Yep.
to
Yep.
make
Well,
people smarter. It's to
to
make
give them
people
just enough.
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Carlin style. But it's when the bell rings, boom, you know what that means basically, and you have to ask to do everything, and so he breaks it down, and like you say, oh, I'm doing really well in English and history, but not so well in math. I'm doing terrible in whatever. And then it's like, okay, you need to put all your energy into doing math when there's a good chance that person's never going to use math, to the extent that you need to take it. And so you're telling people to work on something that they're not going to use instead of trying to nourish the things that they are good at and will probably focus on going forward. And
Yep.
so you're just kind of killing that desire, or just putting energy somewhere that it doesn't need to be, just to get the grades on a standardized test basically.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it's
That's
all
right.
about those testing numbers because those testing numbers equal money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have a belief, I'll say, about schools and how one of the reasons they've changed so much. I'm going to say phrase this as carefully as I can. How they've changed so much over the years while still adhering to the old education standards of like the 1920s. You know what I mean? But this is one of the biggest things I think that have changed in schools since then. Back then, if you were a smart woman, a really, really, really smart woman, you had no job options. Literally none. Um, all of the smartest women, I believe, for decades went into school to be teachers because literally, what else could they do as a job? Because no guy, you mean everything you ever see, whenever you speak like 80 and 90-year-olds, all the teachers back then were all women. So I believe back then, the smartest of the smartest women all went into teaching, which meant there was really smart people helping kids learn, which is why I think back then, at least, we had, I'll say, a higher success rate, even though, granted, what they were teaching was much simpler than today's kind of stuff. But now, because women can go anywhere and get anything, including being the president of Mexico, who just got elected, or the vice president of the United States, the most smartest women now, I believe, are not going into teaching, and I think it's one of the reasons why we can't keep our numbers up at all. Not to mention, 30 plus kids per a classroom doesn't help.
Men aren't going into teaching either. So you've got a whole bunch of really average intellect teachers, female teachers, basically regimenting their kids and teaching them shit.
Well, they're teaching the same thing that they grew up with. They went through the system and they've been indoctrinated by the education system for so long that that's all they know. And then that is just, it's a perpetuation of a broken system, or a system that is actually working exactly the way that it's supposed to work.
Right, purposely broken.
Exactly,
yeah, like the economy, right? The economic system. It's broken. No, it's functioning exactly how it's supposed to.
Well, the two things I wish they did in school, I really did. I believe school should teach you how to learn, not what to learn. This is how you do research. This is how you compile notes. This is how you review stuff. This is how you do. This is how you learn.
Yeah, that's what I'm focusing on with my daughter is read how to get information out of the source knowledge, how to find the source knowledge
too. Like, does this make sense? I'm looking at this. I was just told this doesn't make sense, but you're taught to not question authority, whatever the teacher says, and if you do, then you have ADD, and then you need some drugs to keep you in line inside the classroom if you go outside the standards that they expect.
I was speaking to literally a 70-year-old teacher at my son's, when he was in elementary school, where literally every other teacher was like 22 years old, smoking hot, wearing tight clothes, right? But no, here was this 68-year-old woman still teaching, and she was like a normal woman kind of thing. And she said, today it's different. They expect every boy to act like a little girl, because little girls always have had the ability to sit in their chair, don't tap their fingers, don't keep moving around, be fidgety, and just sit there and listen. And when I tell you to write something down, you write it down. And when I tell you to draw something, you draw something. Little girls were great at that. She's like, boys ain't. Boys, you have to use charisma. You got to convince them that I would love it if you would do this for me, kind of thing. And she was like, well, and that's one of the biggest problems. If your boy can't sit still, they want to pump everything into him, even though, as far as I know, there's nothing wrong with him. I'm like, well, sucks there's only one of you.
Yeah, well, children aren't built to sit down for 8 hours a day.
Oh my God, it's longer than that too, I think. I swear my youngest one, the longest school day he had one time was 9 hours for I want to say it was middle school. It's ridiculous. I'm thinking to myself, shit, at work, at least I can leave the building for lunch and get some sanity.
Yeah. You don't have to raise your hand to go pee.
No, and that's, oh dude, I've talked to people who at their job, they literally had to clock out when they went to the bathroom. I said, excuse me? You need a new job, bro.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's nuts. I would set the place on fire.
When I mentioned to my wife, Josh, that you were homeschooling as well, and she says, what is society coming to where people like us, you and I, who would normally be the mainstay of middle class society, who bought into the whole system that public education was really good, and that would probably get the most benefit out of it. What does it say about our society now that we're deciding to keep our kids at home and school them at home? We don't want them to go to school.
It's going back, right? It's the way that it used to be, and this is part of the reason that the women's lib movement. I mean, it helped tear the fabric of society when the whole point, in my opinion, was to get women out of the house and away from the children and get the children into the government schools, because you can call them public schools, but they're government schools. There's a kid that a kid attacked his teacher, and a 15-year-old kid somewhere, probably over back east by Door, and
Probably.
they did get convicted, and it was abuse or whatever, the battery, assault, but it wasn't just regular. It was assault on a government official or a government employee, and that's exactly what it is, right? They're government controlled entities, so they're government schools, and
you can't tell me they don't have an agenda as well.
Well, exactly, and then you take away the women, right? Oh, we want to work as well. Okay, it used to be that you could, and this ties into the Federal Reserve as well, and how that works. And with inflation every year, it used to be that you'd be a single man working a job, and then you would have your house and your two kids and your two cars, and you could do that, and mom would stay home and teach and cook and do, and it doesn't matter which side of the relationship it is, whether it's the man or the woman, but you take her out of the house, and then, oh boy, now the government gets to raise the children.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's scary.
Well, and trust me, the teachers don't want to raise the kids.
No,
they hate the idea of doing that.
Hogtied now too. You can't do anything if you look at a child wrong, and that's what. I was thinking about my buddy in New York just last night, and I was like, well, it's probably good that the police weren't there, because you'd probably get arrested for punching the guy that tried to stab you with a knife.
Literally, yes. He assaulted me.
Well, the thing is, and I think this is all related to our food discussion from before. We've got more and more kids with autism, more and more kids with ADHD, more and more kids with behavioral issues, schizophrenia. It's
more just diagnosis. No, I'll just paraphrase Chris Rock. Whatever happened to just crazy? Because back then, that's all there was. Just kids crazy. Yeah. Oh, Johnny, put him in the corner of the room. He'll just keep slamming his head against the wall. He's fine. And I say that because I was the kid who literally, for at least 3 of my school years in elementary school, I'll admit this, I couldn't stop just leaning. I wanted to get to that perfect spot leaning in my chair, but I never could. So I kept falling back in my chair. Like sometimes 20 times a day, just drive teacher effing nuts. And the only teacher that realized how to deal with me was like, I'll make you a deal, Steve. If you do that less tomorrow, you can leave early and go out back and clean off the erasers. I can get out of the classroom. Hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Hey, look, there's a frog. There's a frog down there. I want to bring this frog back in the classroom with me. Let's see if she notices. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Where I'm sure if I went to school today, oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
He needs a sensory room. He needs some whatever.
It used to be
a comfort dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Service dog.
Yeah. Service dog.
Therapy. You'd get upgraded to eraser monkey. But
they don't even have erasers anymore. They don't even have chalkboards anymore. It's all digital boards now.
Whiteboards, digital boards. Yeah.
Well, if you want to look at if you look at the way that the Constitution is written, and just letters, even from the Civil War, letters of soldiers writing back home, it's eloquent. It's really nice prose. And now people write in emojis.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Exactly. It's amazing how the average person, how much more it comes off as intelligent. I don't know if it's just being able to write better, but it's an intelligence that's just gone now. Nobody
Yeah.
writes like that. Nobody.
Nobody
Yeah.
writes well anymore. Yeah.
Totes Ovs,
Or
man. Everyone
speaks
knows that, man.
Well,
But I think ultra processed foods have got a lot to do with it.
absolutely.
Well, they don't help.
Absolutely. I agree. And it is. It's
It's
what
not the whole
ours is
thing, but it's
chemical.
part of it.
That seed oil documentary I was talking about, the guy,
Mm.
there's a guy on there, and I can't remember what cereal it was, but he did an experiment to see how much sawdust he could put in
Oh yeah,
and make this
almost
without
30%.
changing, without changing
Yeah,
the flavor.
I know, but do you know where that came from?
What, his experiment?
Do you know
Uh,
where it actually originated from?
where's that?
The American Great Depression. They literally put
Mm.
sawdust in meatloafs and stuff to extend it because they couldn't afford food. Literally, that's where it came from.
You know, that's what the Germans did to their bread at the end of the war, in
Yeah.
the First World War and the Second World War.
Yeah,
They were
'cause they
packing it
couldn't
all with
afford
sawdust.
Better than what goes in there anyway. For a lot of that
Yeah,
stuff.
Well,
exactly.
it will definitely clean your colon. I'll tell you what. And then I love the one picture.
It's good fiber. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a kid who did a science experiment for school. How much could I replace the Rice Krispie treats with sawdust before people would notice? And it was like 30%, which of course just made me want to make some and test them on my family.
But yeah, absolutely, Ivor. I think it's just that nutrition it's not nutrition. I mean, I was looking at mayonnaise. You know, it used to be you get a jar of mayonnaise is made from egg whites and
Oil.
some vinegar
Vinegar.
and whatever else.
Oil,
and
yeah.
now the canola oil is the first ingredient. Oh, great,
Yeah.
thanks.
Yeah, it's really hard to avoid. And soy as well. Soy is in absolutely everything. And sugar.
Because it's cheap.
Yeah.
Sugar because it's
Sugar.
subsidized.
Well, sugar is cheap, but it's addictive too. You know, there is
Yeah.
something to say about addictive. Well, I can't remember what it's called. It's like the perfect molecule. I can't remember, but it's
It is.
put
And-
in so much money to create an addictive taste or an
Well-
addictive additive to foods.
Well, and for hundreds of thousands of years, we might get a couple grams of sugar a year. But our
Yeah.
body told us, yeah, that's the shiznit. Because it knew it was the easiest thing we could find that could be directly converted to energy. So we were bred to love it, to crave it, to go crazy for it. But you know, you could never get enough. You could only get a little bit at a time. Now, hell, you get a damn Coca-Cola and a box of Captain Crunch, and you got like what the whole thing had in its entire life back then. Yeah.
Well,
One of
when
the things
grew
I
up,
don't
you
like.
know, we didn't have a lot of money. And, you know, my father had a rather extensive vegetable garden in the backyard. And he spent a lot of his time growing vegetables so that we could eat. And if he didn't have those, then, you know, he had a hell of a lot to eat. And, you know, I think that was common for a lot of our friends and a lot of people in our neighborhood. They lived out of their garden. A lot of their food was growing at home. That just doesn't happen anymore.
No,
I
it's
believe
looked down upon almost. I mean, it's starting to come around more, but it was definitely looked down upon to have that home garden because then you're poor, right? Like there
Yeah,
was
exactly. Yeah.
there was a societal twist or change that from everybody growing, everybody had a garden of some kind
Yeah.
to you have a garden, you're poor.
Mm.
I'm sure the agricultural industry probably had something to do with how that changed.
Yeah,
But
now
what
it's
you're trying-
gone back the other way, isn't it? If you've got a garden, you're rich.
Exactly. But with the sugar before and finding sugar, you're right. You would load up on sugars, but they also usually didn't have an abundance of sugar and abundance of fat at the same time, right? So
Yeah.
but now you get that fat and sugar and combine the two, and it's not healthy either.
Yeah, I think one of the things I think I learned from age is that the worst thing about ultra processed food and the best thing about vegetables or like whole foods, dare I say, is that they're the ultra processed foods are so ridiculously calorie dense. Physically, you only have to eat like that much, and it's like 2,000 calories. Where if you eat vegetables and stuff, you can actually eat enough to where you're like really full, and you still only had like 200 calories.
Yeah, and it takes longer to digest as well.
Well, yeah,
So
and the
it's
one
better
guy
for your
said,
gut.
yeah, the example he used was celery, which of course celery is always the one that they always talk about because it takes so much chewing and fibrous material while being so low in calories.
Mm.
Like, yeah,
People
I
cover
can.
it in peanut butter.
Well, then they ruin it with peanut butter and raisins.
Peanut butter and raisins. Let's try that one.
Ants on a log. It's
Ants on a
called.
log, yeah. Which
Okay.
I heard it and I saw it and I'm like, I'll pass.
Yeah.
Well, even peanut butter. I haven't looked at the side of a jar of peanut butter in a while, but it probably says canola oil on that too.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but the thing is, so many more people are obese now as well. I mean, I went out to the mall the other day with my daughter, and I would say a good 30 to 40% of the people there weren't just fat; they were obese. Not,
Yeah,
they had a problem.
that's because we're stinking rich.
Yeah,
Like everyone's so rich we can afford to literally throw away food.
Yeah, but it's shitty food though. That's more the point. Like it's
Oh, it doesn't
because
matter. It doesn't matter if it's a side of
people are
beef.
fat too though. Like it's shitty food causes shitty health.
Now the ones that I
yeah.
heard was the average American household throws away more than 10 pounds of beef every year from their freezer because it's like in there too long. We
Be
just have too
hamburger
much.
or something, would it?
No steaks, beef.
Yeah, well, beef is hamburger as well.
Well, it can be. But,
Steak doesn't last long in my house. Certainly wouldn't get thrown away.
Oh, same here. Me and my wife heard that stat and we're like, who the hell is doing this? I'm like, people with too much money. That's who it is.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
with too
yeah.
much money.
Well, my daughter's staying at the halls in university, and she's a lot of the kids there are just rich, stinking rich, and they put on meals for them. Really quite wholesome, actually good meals. Nothing wrong with them, and she really likes the food that they give us. But every day she goes to dinner or something, she'll see kids just turn their nose up at it, and then go and get a Taco Bell or a McDonald's or something instead.
I believe it.
And because they can afford it, A, they can afford it, and B, they've not grown up eating decent food.
Oh yeah, that's true. I feel like everywhere, man. Like,
Yeah.
I love it when I see a kid literally on their own recog, picking up a fruit and taking a bite.
Mm.
Oh wow, that's such a pleasant change. Because usually all the kid wants is Oreo cookies.
Mm.
Solomon destroys fruits and vegetables, man.
Good.
What we were at the what was it, Bowen Island, in Vancouver, Granville Island, and there's this big market there and whatnot. And so I told him he could get something, and he picked out this huge carrot, one of those Chinese carrots.
Yeah.
And he was just walking around, and he ate that whole thing down to a nub while we were walking through. And it was amazing how many people were just staring like, wow,
Oh yeah.
I've never seen a kid
Yeah.
eat a carrot like that. And yeah, because they're all eating a candy bar or
Literally.
drinking a soda or yeah, it's that and
Oh,
phones.
soda is the worst.
Crazy.
Yeah, that and phones. Yeah.
Well, and gosh, Josh, ever since the last time my numbers went really high on diabetes, I said, screw it. I'm just going to try to eat literally like as close to whole foods as possible. Like I take an egg, I hard boil it or steam it and have an egg. Oop. You know what I mean? It's like whole thing. I try to have literally like whole chunks. Like I've been going Brussels sprout, cauliflower, asparagus. I tell you what, asparagus with a little balsamic vinegar. Oh my goodness. Banging is what I'm going to say. Banging.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the food is they it's just you look at a box of things, and I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I eat that crap too sometimes, but like you want it, and a food should have one ingredient. Like
Well,
if
I know, but that's like a complete misnomer. If they were
no,
to have,
no,
if they were to have in ingredient labels on fruits and vegetables, you do know that would be a bigger list than what's on any box food you've ever seen.
yeah, I
It would
know,
be
but
like 3 times longer, but it's because it has everything. Like a banana has everything: magnesium, nitrates,
Potassium.
proteins, potassium, radioactive potassium at that. And yeah, like all kinds of crap. But because we agreed, well, it's a easily identifiable food, no ingredient label necessary, kind of thing. But yeah, and I
but
try
even
not
that
to.
too, like when you go down to the level of what kind of pesticides and what kind of chemical fertilizers have been used to grow some of that food.
I'm okay
Like,
with chemicals. I'm absolutely okay with chemicals. Do you know why? What is the number one chemical on the face of the planet?
chemical?
Chemical.
Carbon. Oxygen.
Using the literal definition of the word chemical.
Blood.
Water.
Water.
Oh yeah, water.
Water is
Yeah.
technically a chemical because you can add it. It's the universal solvent. You can add water to stuff and it will literally change its chemical. Can't say that word right, can I? It will literally change the chemical structure of things.
Yeah.
Literally. So
Yeah,
when people say the
it's
word
amazing.
chemical, I'm completely. I mean, it means nothing to me. It means nothing because there's no such thing as unnatural. It isn't like we literally went into the supernatural and pulled out things that don't exist in nature and inserted it into stuff, because natural stuff will kill you just as fast. Arsenic, cyanide, just as deadly. Cobra poison, quite natural, quite deadly. And
Well,
like
almonds
sand.
have a cyanide in them too, doesn't it?
Yes, they do.
Or yeah,
Raw almonds, if you eat them, you die. You can eat them. But and that was
you'd have
one
to
of
eat
the
a lot.
things. You have to eat a lot. But that was one of the things that I had to show my one buddy, because he was going literally ape shit about microplastics. I'm like, dude, it's great you know about them and it's great you worry about them. But here's the example I'm going to give you. You eat 10 times more sand in foods that you don't even know is there as you do microplastics. And we have literally no idea what kind of adverse effects that sand or the things that are connected to sand in sand can do to your body. And I said, my logic is everyone isn't keeling over, so it probably isn't that bad, because we have people living longer than ever, lasting longer than ever, because back then Alzheimer's didn't exist. Was my example. You know why?
Yeah, but
Because
men's
everybody died.
fertility rates are going down.
Everybody died from cancer. No, they're not actually going down. The rate of pregnancies are going down, and that's because people won't stop buying pets and crap.
No, there's not enough
The
semen.
No, the sperm count's just the exact same. In fact, there's eight countries in the world where it's higher than ever, including India, because India is India. India won't stop having kids. But yeah, and you want to talk about a dirty, chemically laden country? Whoo, India, man, regulations are off. There is no regulations, man. Literally,
Yeah.
you heard about their river, right? It's their holy spiritual river that's supposed to be the holiest of holy.
It's most polluted in the world.
Most polluted in the world, and
It's got dead bodies in it.
It does. It has crap floating down the river and dead bodies. The politician said, of course it's clean, of course it's perfect, it's the holy river. He took a cup of it, he drank it, he was in the hospital for 2 weeks. No, he didn't die.
I
He
heard
was
he
in the
died.
hospital for 2 weeks.
In hospital for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to talk about disgusting countries and polluted countries? Oh man, I'm happy I'm here. That's what I'll say. Granted, I'm not walking down to the creek and drinking the water. You know what I mean? But I also don't want bottled water either. I mean, it's such a waste. Like something
Well,
like
we
90%
haven't.
of bottled water is literally somebody just turning on a spigot in your state and filling the bottle and they're selling it to you.
Yep. We don't buy commercial bread. That's basically cake.
Well,
We buy
yes,
that
yeah,
nowadays.
yeah. You're not wrong there.
We make our own bread, and tell you it's a huge
I'm
difference. It's so
jealous.
much nicer.
I am
You
jealous.
use
I can't eat
sourdough?
bread.
No, just regular bread. It's not
You should,
sourdough. It's like made with regular yeast.
you could try sourdough too, man. It's pretty fun and it's very good. And sourdough is supposed to be a little bit better for you too because of the
Yeah,
way
it's got the fermentation. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Probiotic type stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
I
But
think
it's
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 a bit more
totally
work.
different to commercial bread,
Oh,
what you'd find on the commercial bread side. It's just totally different, and I think a lot nicer.
I'm sure. I mean, look,
Oh,
anything you
absolutely.
make at home will always, like, virtually always be better than anything you can buy in mass bulk in stores.
Mm.
But I just miss bread so much. I mean, I
Yeah.
haven't had really bread for 5 years, 6 years.
Oh no, we had to buy a loaf of commercial bread. We didn't. Brian wasn't able to make another batch of loaves for the week,
Mm,
so we had to buy commercial bread, and it was awful. It was just this stuff didn't fill you up. You'd eat it in 5 seconds. You eat it, you'd feel hungry like 2 minutes later. It was just, you just didn't want
so
to
is
touch
it
it again.
maybe good to make croutons or something?
Yeah, that's about all we ended up using it for. Stuck it back in the freezer and use it for emergencies.
Right.
But no, it was just unpleasant. But people don't have the time for that nowadays. It's really difficult to make the time to bake your own bread and do all this sort of stuff. But no, I
But
suppose we're
it's
a bit more lucky now.
priorities too.
It's about a priority. Yeah, you're going to make it a
Oh yeah,
priority.
exactly. I agree.
Yeah,
When you go,
I'm not sure we're saving any money, but
wait in line for an hour to get fast food or something, and that hour could be
yeah,
spent making food, driving out of your way to go to a restaurant. It could be that money, and it's the money too. It's just so easy to. It's the convenience that we're all
Oh,
used
dude,
to, I think.
Americans. I know Americans will do anything for convenience. I mean, literally, chop off a toe, whatever. Just make it more convenient. That's all we care about. Hence, 7-Eleven quarter-pound big bites and stuff like that.
Uber Eats.
Yeah. The
God,
amount of
yeah, my
money they're
kids.
charging for that stuff is crazy.
Oh yeah, you get a $10 burger and you have it spend $30 getting it delivered. I'm like,
Yeah,
what?
no. Yeah, I'll pass
Well,
on that.
you can't even get a $10 burger anymore here. When
Mhm.
you go
No.
to A&W and it costs $30 to get out of there.
Well, I went to Subway the other day because I didn't have my lunch. I had an appointment in town. I didn't have a chance to get anything to eat beforehand, so I went to my appointment and then I went to Subway, and I had a look at the price board and it was like $17 for a foot long. And I was
Wow.
going, I'm not paying $17 for a Subway sandwich. I'm just going to go home and eat a ham sandwich at home.
Yeah.
Forget
On bread.
it. Walked straight out again.
Yeah, see, I think now I'm almost doing the opposite of what most people are doing. I won't go to any fast food or convenience store and eat anything in the place.
Mm.
Like my family's in the van. Yeah, we stopped at Checkers, this fast food place the other day. There was 5 of us in the car. I got nothing, and it was so 4 of us, and it was still like $48. And I'm like, for this
Jeez.
garbage kind of thing. So what I do is I'm doing the opposite. Instead of going to McDonald's, I'm waiting in like every 2 months, going to like a legit steak joint, like Ruth
Okay.
Chris, not like Outback ain't a steak joint. You know what I mean? It's a garbage joint. I'm going to like an actual steak joint, either Ruth Chris. There's the Capitol Grill, Fogo de Show, places like that, where I'm literally getting like a whole piece of beef and a huge ass plate of like complete vegetables. And that's what I'm eating when I go out to eat. Unfortunately, it costs, me and the wife two something. But I'll say the last time we went out, we went to, and I sent you guys a picture. It was the Ruth Chris pairing event
Mm.
where they have like a wine manufacturer or a bourbon or whiskey manufacturer, and I get 5 drinks with 5 different courses for like $120. The drinks alone in a place like that, if I were to buy the drinks alone, would cost probably that much. So I'm not only getting the 5 drinks, I'm also getting the food, which is, whole pieces of beef, whole pieces of steak, whole pieces of this with, you know, big chunks of broccoli and everything else. I'm like, I'm okay paying that. I'm not okay going to McDonald's and getting a grease slab. You know what I mean? And honestly, the last time I went to McDonald's, I want to say it was earlier this year, and it was a quarter pounder, and I was in awe how much effing grease was on the bun. I was like, the bun shouldn't weigh 2 pounds. Where is this coming from? And I swore they put like a pat of butter on the burger or something because it was ridiculous. It was literally ridiculous. And I do remember I ate that burger, and like 30 minutes later, I'm like, I'll be back. And I just remember holding on to that seat. Like, I'm not letting go. Oh, God. Yeah, it was not fun. It was not fun. So, yeah, I don't want any fast food burger again. Ever. Ever. Hell,
No.
even when I do burgers here, literally, I only eat the burger. I don't eat the bread.
Yeah, same. Lots of cheese.
Oh, I love cheese. But
We
yeah,
just got half a pig that was raised next door in our freezer now.
yeah. Whenever I do a oh God, what's the word? Whenever I do a macronutrient count, it turns out like 40% to sometimes 70% of what I'm consuming is fat,
Yeah, good.
which is better than sugar, is what I'll say.
Yeah. Fat was demonized for a long time. It
Oh my
didn't deserve
God.
it.
Well,
No, it's the way it should be. This is what your body has been running on for millions of years.
forever. Right. And the one question I ask, and nobody has answered this question yet right. Your muscles are made of muscles, right? Your bones are made of bones. What's your brain made out of? And they go, what? Yeah.
Fat.
It's pure fat. It's a huge ass chunk of fat. And it uses 30 on the low end for, like Baltimoreans, but up to like 36% of all the energy you use in a day is in the brain. Fat. I'm like, well, give me another slab of bacon. Actually, that I found out that was one of the foods I really shouldn't be eating. And it's because of all the
Salt.
but it isn't an N.
Nitrates.
Nitrates, thank you. And now I still have a hard time.
Just salt.
What is a nitrate? I feel like I'm on Idiocracy, but it's what plants crave. It's electrolytes. You don't even know what electrolytes are. What the hell's a nitrate?
It's got what plants crave.
Do you know what a nitrate is?
It's a salt.
Preservative. I would imagine it's a nitrate of some sort.
I mean, salt is a great preservative. That was what salt was used for millennia. You literally salt your meats and age them, and you would be
paid in salt.
Oh, I know.
But that's how valuable salt was, and
That
how rare
the
it was.
origin of the word salary was from the word salt.
Is it really? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Because salt was that valuable. It was crazy. Yeah. And it's like, but nitrates are the one thing that I know. Oh man, not good.
If
They
you
call
guys
it everything.
if you guys want to watch a documentary, well, it's not a documentary. It's a talk basically by G. Edward Griffin, who wrote The Creature from Jekyll Island, the second look at the Federal Reserve. I just put a video link in the YouTube, and it's a quite interesting talk. This guy really knows what he's talking about. It's an hour 47, I think.
Okay, that's fair.
So yeah, it's old and it's on VHS.
Oh, there. Okay, there.
I think it's well worth the watch.
Place. What I do, honestly, this is the other reason why I can't watch any YouTube on my phone. If it's slower than 3x. So So when you say an hour, whatever, sure, it's like 20 minutes. Got it. Sure.
Municipalities
I
such as
think I
this.
actually watched
That's
that
Mr.
one.
G. Edward Griffin.
On regular speed. The book is really thick. I've tried to, I started reading it a while ago and I've moved on to another book, but I'll probably go back to it. But this is a pretty good synopsis of it. The guy understands and he doesn't pull any punches when it comes to explaining how the Federal Reserve is set up, who benefits from it, how they do.
Well, big banks benefit from it.
Yeah, banks and government.
Dude, you say government. This is one of the scariest things I've heard in a while. Supposedly, that was one of the things that Trump wanted to do if he got into office was change the Federal Reserve so the president would have a main role in dictating on what the Federal Reserve does. One of my things I've learned in my state career is you never.
You don't want a politician in charge of money.
No. Let's just hypothetically say Trump is a great businessman. Hypothetically. Let's just say he's the greatest businessman ever. You never make a decision like this off of an individual. You make a decision like this off of the position that's being held. Most presidents are not great businessmen. I would never want a president directly involved in interest rates, Federal Reserve output, or anything like that, because all they want to do is keep their job for the next 4 years or whatever, or protect their own investments. So it's like that scared the hell out of me when I heard that. So I had to look it up, and yeah, he already has, supposedly one of his goons already has the paperwork already completely filled out and ready to rock and roll.
Well, it doesn't matter though. Like the Federal Reserve should just be abolished. Like it's an abomination.
Who would control the manufacturing of money?
The Federal Reserve doesn't. I mean,
they print money. They're the people that print money.
Yeah. Yes.
They print the cash money, maybe. That's the Treasury anyway. Right.
Yeah, the Treasury.
Cash money is like 1% of the transactions that go on. The Federal Reserve acts as a settlement house for the orders transactions
to the Treasury come from the Federal Reserve. They don't come from the government.
Yeah, but the Federal Reserve sets the rate that the banks are charged for lending money.
Oh, yeah. They set all the base rates. Everyone does what they want, but they always follow the base rate. But I mean, then who's going to be in control of money? Because somebody has to be in control of money.
Why? What type of control?
Because if
no one is, period of chaos when no one was,
then that's called anarchy.
Period of chaos when they did.
Where you better have like a 40-odd 6 at your front door for anybody who's going to come and take your stuff.
Okay, but it's a bullshit system. Like you need to put somebody in control of a corrupt system that the whole point is to bail out banks and make bankers richer, and you have an inflationary.
Its point is to not let banks fail, not buy out banks. Its point is to not let banks fail, because when banks fail, people lose.
No, but this bullshit. That's a bullshit trope that they tell you so that they can bail out banks without people saying, "Why are you giving this bank that makes billions and billions of dollars, more billions and billions of dollars to bail them out?" Guess what? You failed. You played the game and you lost.
Bank failings used to be a very real thing. I mean, have you ever watched It's a Wonderful Life? I mean, it's real. And that was the Great Depression when banks failed. I don't want banks to fail, because when banks fail, people lose, because those executives always get what's it called, the golden parachute.
It's the system that needs to change.
Well, I mean, if you design a better system, I'm behind it.
Yeah, that's what are you going to have instead?
The gold standard was a better system.
No,
I agree. The gold standard was a better system. Yes.
Up your money.
Because that meant we had to go rob and steal gold from anybody else to make money.
But you don't need to buy to make money.
And a finite amount of money means one person wins, one person loses. And what happened when gold was the standard was everybody in the world lost because we took all their gold.
Yeah, but who's winning now that there is no gold standard?
Everybody. Everybody's winning. Everybody's out of poverty. The poverty rate is lower than it's ever been in the history of the world. And
That's true. That is
and
true.
when
yeah.
and
That's a good
and
point.
we were on the gold standard, one of the things we did that a lot of people don't know is we bankrupt the UK. We told them we would happily enter the world war. Give us all of your gold and give us all of your patents. We literally bankrupt the entire UK government as a favor to get into the war. So the UK lost. That's why now, like, the number one ally of the UK is us. Where before, 100 years earlier, we were killing each other. Literally.
I just put a link in your chat there to a documentary I watched yesterday. It's called "To Panic: The Untold Story of the 2008 Financial Crisis." Now, I don't know if it's got basically really impressive the people they've interviewed. It's got Ben Bernanke, Tim Geithner. Oh, right, okay.
I got
Oh, well, if you have a look on the documentaries on my Plex server, you should find it.
So then it should work.
Anyway, but they were saying the same thing there, like, oh, if we hadn't stepped in to bail out the banks, and the society would have collapsed, and McDonald's wouldn't have been able to make its payroll, and so that sort of thing. And said, they're going to a lot of effort to say, well, we weren't just bailing out our friends in Wall Street, which really, the amount of times they said it, I think they actually they were.
Well,
there was an element of bailing out
yeah.
their friends on Wall Street.
When someone says anything a great number of times,
Yeah. So I can understand their point of view, saying that people had to have confidence in the financial system, and all this capital had to be injected into the financial system. But why the fuck did it fall apart in the first place? Because the regulation wasn't there to stop it. They didn't want to stop themselves. They were too freaking greedy to do anything about it. And they're all in bed with each other, the regulators and the bloody the bankers as well. And so no wonder it fell apart. No wonder the whole thing.
Holy crap, you have a lot of documentaries, Ivor.
I do. Yeah.
So what's it called?
It's called Panic: The Untold Story of the 2008 Financial Crisis.
Oh,
when you take away the threat of somebody suffering any consequences for what they do, then
exactly, yeah,
things like that, because you do have the predatory lending, and they're just gambling, and you're just gambling, and then you get bailed out when it goes south. So you're collecting money, you're creating money from the lending process, you're collecting money through the interest, and then you're getting bailed out if all that goes south.
Well,
and all the money being sorry.
I'll definitely watch both of the links, but I'll tell you now, the financial crisis, one of the gimmicks is my 3 bosses ago, not only went to the Harvard Business School and learned business, he literally worked for Fannie Mae, and then he worked for Freddie Mac between 2004 and 2009. So he was literally right there, and he explained, oh my God, bloodthirsty is the only way he could put it. He says everybody there knew this is going to explode in our face. But right now, I'm just sitting here
I'm making money,
milking this cow, and it just keeps spitting money. It hasn't exploded yet. Shit.
Well, it's musical chairs, right?
Right. Well, and like everybody who was making the decisions all had golden parachutes of like 40 plus. To the one guy, he said had an easy $380 million golden parachute. To where it didn't matter what happened. The company can close tomorrow and go bankrupt. He still gets his money. It's like, wow, that's kind of a sweet deal. And he just said to himself, I wonder why I couldn't get that deal. Oh, that's right. I have morals. Yeah. So he got the hell out of there.
I see it as one of the steps towards the collapse of an empire, is the way that the financial system looks like in the States right now.
Can't say you're completely wrong, but I'll also again paraphrase Yogi Berra. Prediction is really hard, especially when it's about the future.
That sounds about right. Yeah, what are some of the other ones? deprivation. Is that no? Just the uh, what is that called when you just kind of lose all morals or standards. It happened to the Romans as well, where it just turned into
Oh,
like
I see. Yeah,
depravity
decadence.
and stuff.
Yeah,
And so that's kind of
decadence, depravity and decadence. Yeah, yeah.
that's where we're at now with that as well. And you
Yep.
had it's same with the Romans, I think, with the coin clipping towards the end
Yep.
of their empire was
Debasement of the coin. Yeah.
debasement.
But basically, the problem's been since we abandoned the gold standard, um, all the new money created in the financial system is interest-bearing debt.
Yeah, exactly. I know we talked about it
There's
last
no
time,
way.
and then Door said no and yelled at us. I remember last time.
I
Podcast.
think he might have changed his mind. He'll come around.
Yeah, we'll see.
But
Stop
you know,
calling me
I agree with
round.
He's coming back.
I agree with Dawn when he's saying that the last thing we want is a politician in charge of the money supply.
Well, and I mean, just to me, one of the hypothetical things is hypothetically tomorrow the U.S. is gone. It could happen. Who's then going to be like the number one? Because somebody's going to have
China.
to be.
Are you talking about? Sorry, I missed that. Door. Are you talking about an empire collapsing?
Well, if tomorrow the U.S. shuts down because we can't afford it and we screwed up and all the money's gone and everyone loses faith in the United States and the government's gone. I tell you now, if it is China, it ain't going to be China for long.
India.
Because they have a birth rate of 1.9.
No, India.
Well, India, the biggest problem why India can't be number one?
Because they have dirty rivers.
That's partially true. Because they have easily 48 different languages in the country, which means they can't agree on nothing.
Yeah, so does China. China's got
not 48
number of languages.
No,
it's got a lot of different dialects and languages going on. It's a huge country.
It is huge.
So is Russia. Russia's got an enormous number of languages.
But that's why they have simplified Chinese. That's why they have simplified Chinese. So you don't have to know the entire language. And anybody who does like business knows simplified Chinese in China. Granted, there's Mongols and there's other people, but that's why they have simplified Chinese. But if you want to know all of China, I'm sure languages galore. But you got to also remember, like 80% of them have no shoes and they're in dirt. So I don't think we're going to worry about them being number one.
But even if it doesn't even really matter, I'm sure that whoever is in charge now will still be in charge, but just with now I put that finger that I touched the thing pepper with my eye. That's
nice. Yeah, because it's like, I mean, I don't know anybody else. That's the whole thing. And I asked, I really don't know. Russia can't do nothing right through history, ever.
Never has. Yeah.
China is losing so many people. It's literally insane. Japan is on the brink of not existing anymore because they can't keep up with their birth rates kind of thing. I mean, Brazil, I don't know, because they're at least up and coming with, plenty of kids. And the one thing Brazil does is smart is if you don't make your things in Brazil, they tax it. So it behooves every company. So it always behooves every company to manufacture in Brazil. Kind of thing. So Brazil has a lot of things within their own borders, which a lot of countries don't have. I mean, to be honest, can't be Canada, eh?
Oh, no.
There's not enough people.
No, it's also the bitch to whoever's in charge.
Well, dude, I'm so happy you said that. I've had now 3 Canadians tell me, like, blankly, you don't understand. Canada doesn't even have an economy. We just piggyback off of everything in the U.S. When the U.S. is doing good, we're doing okay. When the U.S. does bad, we suffer. I was like, okay. I mean, I didn't believe him at first, but okay. It's been like 3 people.
But that's a lot. I think that the U.S. will start to feel. I think it's going to become exponential now. The Saudi Arabia didn't re-sign.
Yep.
The petrodollar.
Yep.
So once the petrodollar is kind of the main thing. That and the military-industrial complex are the two things holding up the U.S. economy. And if the world stops trading oil in U.S. dollars,
And Taylor Swift.
Well, I mean, then the question is, what are they going to use?
What's that? Whatever. Ruples, lira.
Not whatever, dude. Not whatever. That's a big choice kind of thing. Because
Yeah,
everybody
well,
else has to agree to use it too.
Well, why? I mean, it'll work itself out. Whatever you want to.
No. That's why people use the U.S. dollar now, because everyone agreed to use it.
No,
Not just Saudi Arabia.
Saudi-
Everybody interacting with Saudi Arabia agreed to use it.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia decided to use it for protection by the U.S. military.
Well, the U.S. government said, "We'll help you." Yeah.
Yeah, well, and
Well, there's soft power and there's hard power. I mean, that's one of the, I can't remember who it was now. One of it was Roosevelt. Said there's only two ways we get stuff done in the world: hard power, soft power. Soft power is we give you money or we give you support, and hard power is we drop bombs on you. You know, that's the only two ways we can get anything done. But the gimmick with Saudi Arabia is because we convinced them to use it, then everyone dealing with them have to use it as well. So no matter where they go to, if they don't go to the dollar, everybody else has to agree to use it as well. That's why I say, you know, because BRICS is the only formidable thing. I don't know if you know about BRICS.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. They're the only formidable thing as well. And they can't even agree what to use. Because one party says the rupee, one party says, what do you use in China?
Yen or yuan.
Yuan, yeah, because yen is Japan, I think. Another one said the yuan. Of course, the countries around Russia say we should use that. You know, and it's like it's really they have to decide what they're going to use. Kind of thing,
Well,
because whoever they use will be the beneficiary.
Bitcoin.
Ding! Thank you for finally saying that.
Just get it over with.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you, Josh, because this is like I have like this little finagling thing in my brain, like a worm. Only my name is not Robert Kennedy. What do you think locally gives Bitcoin or cryptocurrency a value or increased value? Not just value, but over time, even more increased value.
The fact that it's a depreciating currency instead of it's deflationary instead of inflationary.
Well, it's disinflation. Yeah.
What's that?
It's disinflation, not deflation.
Okay, do whatever it is. I mean, it can only become scarcer instead of over like.
Well, that helps. Yeah,
but it's infinitely divisible, isn't it?
Well, yes, but so is everything else technically.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like when I go buy gas, I don't pay in pennies; I pay in fractions of pennies. But I think the number one thing that causes Bitcoin to only gain more value is when there's distrust in the government, the local government. And I believe the more distrust there is in any country, the more someone should be using Bitcoin for their transactions. And if the US dollar isn't what they're going to use for gas, Bitcoin makes a hell of a lot of sense because it can traverse borders with zero friction. US dollars cannot traverse borders with zero friction at all.
Well, nothing can.
Well, gold can, but you got to be sneaky.
Yeah, but you can smuggle $1,000 worth of $1,000 worth of gold's nothing now. But
I was gonna say, yeah,
a significant amount of gold, you're gonna smuggle it up your butt.
Do you know how much gold that Russia sent to Venezuela in the last year?
50 tons.
Millions and millions of pounds. Literally, they had like 5 freighters filled from stern to bow with nothing but gold.
Toast, right? One of them sinks, you're toast.
No.
And how much does that cost?
No, not that much gold. They dig that crap up, man.
Yeah.
But like, yeah.
So just getting back to Bitcoin for a second. When it first came out, its value proposition was that it was an electronic medium of exchange. And its value has always been as a medium of exchange that has no friction across borders. What it's turned into is a commodity in itself. So that people buying Bitcoin for its inherent value, which it really doesn't possess. And I think it probably, if it's going to become valuable, it's got to become a more ubiquitous medium of exchange.
Oh yeah,
For sure.
yeah, absolutely. And I think over time it could be stable enough to be used in daily transactions. But even if it's not completely stable, it's easily usable for big transactions.
But it already is stable. I mean, the Lightning Network is pretty damn stable as it stands. And there's a couple other ones too, eCash and what is the other one? Cashew, which I haven't looked into, but are also the same type of like the Lightning Network. But they're. I was actually just looking at that a minute ago on the Start 9 server, which is you can have all sorts of different servers on there, including Nextcloud and stuff like that. But one of them is BTC Pay, it's called,
Yeah.
and you can host your own Bitcoin Lightning Cash, like point of sale.
Yeah, it's like an exchange. I think
of app, and then anyone can accept Lightning payments on the Bitcoin network. So it is becoming more popular, and it is spreading. And I mean, especially since the ETFs have come out,
dude.
People
that was such a good plus.
Hear about it more often. I mean, ETFs are ETFs, whatever. But and as far as the value of it goes, I think the value people say it's just numbers and it's worthless, but it does take energy to create. So it's not just pushing a button. Like it is, you're almost storing that value of energy inside.
In the coin.
You know, I think you're muted, Dor. If you're,
no, I can hear him.
I shouldn't be muted.
Yeah, you're muted, or maybe I muted you. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Can you hear him, Ivor? Are you both muted?
Yeah, I can hear him. He's fine. I can hear you.
Oh, maybe it's just me.
Yep. Are you on Fedora again, Josh? I'm betting you he's on Fedora.
Oh.
See? Look. That panic in his eye.
That sucks. I can't hear.
That's the Fedora look. And see, with PAVU control,
headphone cables come out.
That honestly is possible. But that's the look of a Fedora user. Panicking, thinking he knows the fix, and he's like, well, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. It was working fine 5 minutes ago. What changed? It's Fedora. Fedora is one of the flakiest damn operating systems I've ever tried in my life. Debian, man. Debian's the way to go. Or Debian-based distributions.
Well, Linux Mint's based on Debian, isn't it?
Ah, well, shoot.
It's based on Ubuntu, which is based on Debian, so yes.
Okay.
Think of it as a slice of Debian when everyone knows it's stable. And then they just keep that as long as they possibly can. And Debian keeps slowly changing. The best thing about Debian to me is the slow pace of change. And the amount of architectures or processors that Debian supports is more than any distribution that's ever existed in the Linux verse. So because they support so many processors, then you know when they integrate something into their stable branch, it's stable as hell. Oh, he's fine. Checking the cable. Checking the cable. Checking the other cable. Baby, his foot pulled it out. And Josh, any better? Nope. That Fedora look. Bet money on that one. I don't know. But yeah, honestly, the thing I love about Bitcoin is the fact that so many people are so vexed about it one way or the other. It's stupid, it's useless, it's pointless, or it's the future. You know what I mean? It's hard to find people who are in the middle with it, because I love the fact that it exists, and I love the fact that it's slowly and methodically gaining value over time, to where that guy who had 4 Bitcoin stored away and all of a sudden finds it 30 years later and realizes, whole crap, I can buy a house. Great. Good for you. Well, and that's one of the, and here's the only bad thing I will tell you about Bitcoin. They believe almost, I want to say it was 15 or 20%. Hey, Josh, all better? Nope. 15 to 20% of all Bitcoin has been lost forever in wallets
Yeah,
where people either lost their wallets or just forgot their password. And
lost the
that's to
keys
me,
to the wallet. Yeah, forgot the
right.
password.
And that's the only, not only, that's a really bad word there. That is one of the
That's on
things.
them though, isn't it?
Well, it is, but that's one of the extreme downfalls about any finite currency like being on the gold standard.
Well, yeah, but it's also a downfall of using cash. You can lose your cash and it's gone and
Well,
you can't get it back.
you can, but with gold, that's what all money is based upon. So if you literally eject gold like out of the universe, your value is gone forever. Like gone. Or if someone discovers an asteroid or comet with crap tons of gold on it, all of a sudden everything is worth less.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
we're just still printing money without that gold being behind it. The
Well,
gold standard was more of a break on the reckless
well,
printing of money.
instead of having natural, okay, this is like an evolution thing. What do you think is better? Natural selection or selective selection? Okay. They're both evolution. Natural selection, you leave everything alone and you go with what happens, the gold standard. Not on the gold standard means humans have some capacity to control the evolution, selective selection. You know, you need glasses, you're mentally disfigured, you only have one leg. Genetically getting you out of the pool, granted, is a human making the decision, and yes, it's sometimes unfair, it's sometimes not nice. But what's better? I mean, I'm not going to say I know the answer to that. I'll just say the thing I don't like about the gold standard is you're relying on something you have no control over deciding how much stuff is worth.
Well, that's the I got somehow.
Oh, there you go.
He's back.
Yeah, so good. Somehow you guys were both muted.
So are you running Fedora?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I saw a look in your eye that told me you were running Fedora. I'm just saying. But yeah.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say is there isn't a right answer.
Well, it's the inflation, which is just another tax on money, and it's necessary in a fiat system to have inflation to, I guess, create all that extra money. Which
in a fiat system, you can't just create money. You have to create more gold.
No. Fiat is the
the other way
nonsense.
around?
Gold standard is
God
is
damn
on
it, I
gold.
never get that right.
Yeah, fiat is being able to print money out of nowhere.
You have to look at the reasons why the US abandoned the gold standard in the first place, and that would be to fund the war in Vietnam, really, and to counter the.
Yeah, it was decades before that. When do you think it first
No,
started?
it was 1970 when Richard Nixon took you off the gold standard.
73 or was it 74?
73, 72, 73, something like that.
Completely wrong. No, the first time we got off the gold standard was around 1920. It wasn't finalized or.
Oh, that was the first time. You went back on it again.
But no, it wasn't completely removed. This was not an easy thing. It was not an overnight snap of your fingers. This took decades for us to do.
Well, yeah, it was all the lobbyists that wanted to get it through for the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve was created in 1913.
It's not easy to do.
After that, they were
to rebase how everything is done is not an overnight thing. It took decades.
Well, yeah, there's also people who didn't want it, and you had to wait for them to either die or for them to finally get convinced by the Federal Reserve that it was a good thing to go off the gold standard.
Just voted out of office. That's all it took. But it literally started, I want to say 1917, it might be 1920, when we first started to get off the gold standard. We didn't complete getting off the gold standard, yes, till I want to say 70. I think
it was 72.
72?
something like that.
I always want
Yeah.
to say 74, but I think it might be 70. 72 sounds right. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that's how long it took us to get off of it. And it's because it's not an easy thing at all. This was completely redesigning everything. And not only doing that, it's like changing the engine in an airplane when it's in the air. You know what I mean? Nothing about that is simple. Nothing about that is easy. Nothing about that is like snapping your fingers and it's done. It took a long ass time for that. And I mean, you know, and that's the whole thing. Like the fall of the Roman Empire, I'm sure everybody thought that what they were doing at the time was the right choice. I mean, I don't know.
We've got
It's the road to hell and good intentions and so forth.
That's why I try to be an asshole at least once a day, because good people die young.
Yeah, I gotta get going. This was
Me
fun.
too.
I left a link for the audio in the
I
chat
got
if
it, and I got it backed up already. For a change,
You got
I
mine?
got it, and I got it backed up.
you guys- Nice. If you guys
so-
watch that,
When's your next episode coming out?
mine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly,
Value for
not,
value.
I'm not trying to be like selfish or jealous, but it's been a long time since I heard your voice,
It has been. Yeah, I've been.
and I know I'm incredibly behind on a lot of stuff. Is what I'll say. That's a nice way I can put it.
Yeah, I think about it every once in a while. I'm busy, man.
I know
It's
maybe
hard.
once a month, put out like 5 minutes
Yeah,
of just things that are interesting you.
I've been doing some videoing, which it
Oh,
takes forever to edit, but just
yeah, I know. That's why I don't do it.
stuff I've been
Oh,
doing on the
Like 10
property.
times longer. Yeah, with video, unless you've got a $3,000 rig.
But it's kind of fun to do too, and I can do it. I mean, I guess I could try to make a podcast while working, but it's easier to just video whatever. I've made some biochar, big fires, blah blah blah.
Good stuff.
But, yeah, if you guys watch that, Phil might be interested in what you think of it.
Okay. The only thing I ask, keep me updated on your family. I don't like worrying. I really don't like worrying,
Yeah, we're good, man.
especially when they look good. That kind of makes it worse.
Yeah. Well, we do look good. All right.
Well, at least two of you do.
Yeah, Solomon will come around.
He is, dude. If he isn't a lady killer or whatever he decides to be when he's older, I'll be shocked.
Well, he's got all the scars now too, man.
Dude, that boy.
Did you see the scar? Did I ever show you that one? Like
You
the-
showed me one, and it was a biggie. It was
Yeah.
a thick one
Oh yeah,
too.
yeah. It was pretty serious.
Yeah,
I
it
know,
was-
but chicks dig
nuts.
scars, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost his first tooth the other day.
Oh damn. Mm.
Saw a pretty sweet bumper sticker here before I leave. It says, "It takes a Viking to raise a village."
I saw that too. I want that. I don't have any bumper stickers, but I want that one.
So good. All right, I gotta go by, and yeah, it's good seeing you guys. 1971 was the year that they went off the gold standard.
Damn it, I was
71. Yep.
Cool.
Thought so.
Hopefully, we'll see you guys soon.
I will watch that
Yeah.
documentary. All right, man.
Cool. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's a bit hard for me to get interested in the Federal Reserve, but I get the sentiment.
Well, this guy, he does a good job. He keeps it interesting.
Yeah, delivery is
All right,
important.
I got to go too.
Oh,
All right.
damn. Screw you both.
See you later, Brad. Anybody else?
See you guys. See everyone in the chat. Thanks for coming out, man.
Okay, cool.
See you hopefully in a couple of weeks.
Too nice. All right. Later, guys. Love you, Noah.
Love you, man. Oh, man. Stuff cracking and popping, man. And honestly, Swift, that's one of the things I honestly almost want to do is like what I call a relax cast. where it's just anybody just sitting around talking about completely, I don't want to say pointless, but random topics that some people won't care about and think, what are you doing? And other people will just be like, this is good background fodder. You know, while I snake the toilet, I can listen to this. Nothing, which, it's fine. Hmm. Yeah, like one of my beliefs is the word distraction um, has negative condensations, I think that's the word, negative condensations, where I think of distractions as being a good thing, because it keeps your brain active uh, on something. It doesn't have to be anything critically important or critically vital, national defense or, whatever epidemic, but it can just be, you know, just filler. Or as David Letterman used to call it back in the day, a network time killer. Man, this scar feels funny so many days, man. It feels like it's inflamed sometimes. It feels scratchy and itchy kind of thing, but every time I look at it, it just looks fine. Sometimes hurts like hell. Well, dude, live streams, I tell you right now, Red, this is what I almost can't wait till I retire from my 9 to 5, because my goal would be wake up in the morning, come down here, start a live stream. And then when I feel like recording something interesting for a podcast, integrate it right into the live stream, right there, cut it, edit it, clip it, begin and end it, and ship it kind of thing. Yeah. Because there's so many different topics I'm right now finding incredibly interesting, whether it's um, you know, science, James Webb Telescope discoveries, or um, another thing that we discovered in biology on how something works. A new organism discovered off of the Great Barrier Reef or anything. I just really like that kind of stuff. Oh, man. I got to make a quick check there. Delete that email because it's garbage. Delete, delete, delete. GTFO free weekend deal. $19.99 off. What? I subscribe to some weird Reddits sometime. Let me see what this is. Work together or die together. GTFO. Oh, GTFO is the name of the game. I never heard of it before. Okay. So, flashy, blinky. I'm going to guess first person shooter. Matrix style chambers of humans. We're about halfway through, still no real to touch of gameplay. Look like, oh yeah, first person, yep, big gun. So then, yeah, it's just a first person shooter. GTFO, what's it called? You want to tell me? GTFO is a hardcore cooperative horror shooter that throws you from gripping suspense to explosion, action, and heartbeat. Stealth, strategy, and teamwork. Oh, yeah. Very positive reviews. Yeah, so right now you can play it for free or buy it for $20. So I can close that. Dude, Twitch and Justin TV. Man, Justin TV was it. But the one thing I really couldn't ever stand about Twitch was the amount of advertising injected into everything. It was nuts. Jupiter Broadcasting. Ew. That's like saying child porn to me. Jupiter Broadcasting. Ugh. God, they're like pedophiles. I've met them both, and yeah, they kind of come off to be nearly like a pedophile. One guy loves goats way more than he should, and the other guy loves himself like a like a really sick person. And wow, bad. And Steve C was back twitching. Was Justin? Which podcast I'm thinking of? Huh. Well, I'm going to guess Steve C wasn't the host, because if it was, it would either be the Great Tech Debate or no, Nuts at Night. Nuts at Night. I'm betting you half a week's pay. You're thinking of Nuts at Night, which was the perfect leisurely talk crap stuff. Yeah. Which I've lived, dude. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I've talked to Steve C, Steve D, Liam, Tim Bauermeister. I remember talking to Eric Ardini. I talked to Eric Salse. I talked to Martin Abando. Oh, there was Johnny. And I talked to there's at least one or two other people about doing a Nuts and Night kind of thing again. And man, it's so hard to get those people off their butts. It's almost like they can't stop watching stuff like Game of Thrones or crap like that. I'll be right back. Empty. It's empty. Kind of empty. Kind of empty. Plenty of water. Hercules. I mean, I tell you what, Swift. I've heard really good stuff about Southeast Linux Fest, but I tell you now, I will never in my life go to Southeast Linux Fest. Being in from Baltimore, Maryland, summertime, humidity, heat makes me almost sick to my stomach. Um, Southeast Linux Fest has their conference, to me, the worst 2 weeks of the year possible. And they're further south and they're east, which means they have a lot of hurricanes, humidity, thunderstorms, stuff like that. Um, and they literally have their event absolute worst time of the year. It's almost like they're daring people to come down because it's going to be so miserable to go down there. Also, I don't like the fact how some Linux conferences have went overly, I don't want to say politically correct because that's not true at all for some of them, but they went overly political, is what I'll say. Kind of like I like Linux for Linux. I like Linux for the atmosphere, Linux for the freedom, Linux for the development cycles, Linux on how it literally crosses borders. I don't want politics in my Linux. A lot of Linux conferences that went overly political. I'm not sure Southeast is one of them, but I know I can't. One of the things I love about Linux's fest is walking out of the fest and walking around and seeing the local bar, the local convenience store, the local restaurant, the local gas station, the local whatever. And if I'm down at Southeast Linux Fest and I walk out that door, dude, I'm not making it far. Because it is going to be disgustingly, humidly hot and nasty. Which is one of the reasons why I loved going to like Cambridge. And I loved going to Portland and, oh man, Washington, Northwest Linux Fest. Bellingham. Because that temperature was perfect. At the same token, I still want to start the Maryland International Linux Fest or MILF, just because we'll see some interesting people there, I'm pretty sure. But I do want to go to more community events. Swift, I'm not going to lie. Oh, and honestly, see, that's exactly, you're exactly right. And that's why I don't want to go to Southeast Linux Fest. I mean, I'm a weird guy. I'm like the traditional white guy. I should be that guy who people perceive as being ignorant, narrow-minded, belligerent, and all those things. But I know for a fact, Irish people were treated like dirt. My mom is like 100% pure Irish, both her parents fresh off the boat. So I don't like discrimination. Not to mention, the first 30 years of my life, I couldn't talk right. So I felt like I was discriminated. I don't know if that's the right word. I was treated like dirt by a lot of people who thought just because I couldn't speak clearly, I was obviously stupid or incompetent or useless or whatever. I will say the one thing I heard the other day was someone talking about speech impediments and speech disfluencies and how the number one place where people with speech disfluencies felt like they were the most negatively judged, is the way I'll put it, was during job interviews. I can tell you, whoa. Every job interview I had before, no, stop. I've been working at my same job for 27 years. Every single job interview I've ever had, they looked across the table like you're useless. Like you can't even tell me your name without pause, without hesitation, without this. How can I possibly trust you to do anything? So because of that, I feel like I'm more open, more not open. I'm more patient. I'm more patient to the point to where first impressions are not always right. First impressions are not trustworthy. So let me shut my stinking hole and let me just keep listening, and maybe I'll know a little bit better. Which is why when I go to certain places in the US, I love the fact they look at me like they like nudge me like you're a good old boy. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah. And I like go along with it because, it means I'm not being harassed. But then sometimes when I'm down south, it's like I've gotten in a couple fist fights where someone in front of me treated somebody else really badly. And, I don't want to stand for that. Thus, now whenever me and my wife go down south, she kind of makes sure that I'm not in those places without her because, picking me up from jail wasn't fun, not at all. But yeah, nuts at night. Let me think. See, this is 2024. We could definitely do a nuts at night, but we would need some. See, back then, remember, this was during the time of Dignation when content would contain look at this cool website I found, look at this cool thing I saw, look at this cool app. And then near the end, Steve C would say, what do you like? What do you don't like? But a lot of it was literally just rambling about stuff they experienced online. Mm. So I do think some of the basic rules could, like the base rules will always be the same. We're not going to talk about religion. We're not going to talk about politics, and we're not going to talk about sex. Because if you notice, I mean, even though Steve D was pretty engaged in a lot of things, he didn't bring him to the show, is what I'll say. So it's possible. It's just filling that gap is not easy. Oh, it did. But one of the reasons why Nuts at Night got pretty wild at times was Liam and Steve D trying to figure out how to sneakily inject stuff into the show that Steve C didn't want or didn't like. And it was about that, oh man, craftiness of them two, which that definitely helped. Tell me why? Did I? I think I saw that the other day. Let me see. Ooh. Man, stuff hurts. I swear I saw Tell Me Why. Let me see. Tell me why. Why didn't it pop it up? Ooh. There you go. Tell me why it's free. Huh? Oh. What's your birth date? January 1st, 1938. That's what it is, yeah. Drug references. Oh, Xbox. Urgh. Man, I hate Microsoft so much. Drug references, mild blood, strong language and violence. Strong language. I mean, welcome to 2024. Wow. I'll say graphically so far, woo. Wow. Pretty. I'm wrong. I've never seen this. A masterclass in compassion and empathy that the world needs right now. See, this is when I read that stuff. I don't want a game to make me cry. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be a very emotionally stirring game. Phew. I am literally like shocked how graphically this looks really smooth. So 100% off, add to account, done. Well, after I pass the Steam Guard, which if you don't have Steam Guard enabled by now, my goodness, what year are you living in? Your Steam account is literally worth money because of all the different games you have on it. Okay. Added to there. Game requirements. Let me see. Steam Deck compatibility. Playable, not gold or platinum. i3, easy. 4 gigs of RAM, easy. Graphics card, I don't know. Ooh. 25 gigs of space. Jeebus. Yeah, 25 gigs of space. So it's definitely a little wide, but it's in my library. I got it. Oh, okay. Gotcha, SCJ. Got it. Well, dude. Okay. Yeah. I will say, letting yourself cry is a very opening thing where a lot of people shut it off, a lot of people cloud it down, a lot of people suppress it. Certain times, dude, let it go. It is so refreshing after the fact. As long as you know it's coming, it can be healthy. When it's like out of the blue is when it's really scary, when it really hurts. The main reason I will say I will check it out is because I know I'm old. I know I'm out of date. I know I'm I need a constant refresh. So just because you telling me what the story is about, it's something that I really do. Shut up and play through. Well, I mean, that's one of the Red. That's one of the things about Steam is it really isn't only games. Is what I'll say. Number one, there's a lot of narrative experiences. The way I'll put it. Technically, you can call them games, but they're really just narrative experiences. But also, Steam also has plenty of things on their library that are not game related, including stuff like Office type programs, different programs, and movies. I believe there are some movies on Steam themselves. So just because you're not an air quote classic gamer doesn't mean you can't use Steam. Oh, man. All right. I don't want to go to work tomorrow, but I have no choice. I'm going to try to at least do 2. Well, okay, I'm not going to lie. Right now, I'm running a Ubuntu with i3 as my desktop. I'm getting some weird stuff not syncing completely well when it comes to Proton games from my Steam Deck to my desktop. I don't believe the issue is my Steam Deck. I believe the issue is my desktop. So I'm looking at installing a different desktop operating system. The one I'm looking at right now is Chimera OS, which is an Arch-based distribution to try my Steam stuff on. The other one I'm looking at is a Fedora-based distro called Bazzite, Bazzite, which is a gaming distro. I want to see if I can get these damn Steam cloud sync things fixed. I haven't even loaded Chimera yet. I know it's GNOME based, whatever. I'm going to try my best to put up with it, deal with it, but I know it's an Arch based distro, which SteamOS is Arch based. So I would really hope maybe then if I install the same versions of Proton as I have on my Steam Deck, the games will sync correctly across it. I don't know. We're going to have to find out. And I will say KDE Plasma. Oh man, I have not had a desktop suck me in and make me believe they're doing really good work since i3 like a decade ago. But when I use Plasma on my Steam Deck, I am shocked at how well everything works. Then I load Plasma on a desktop, and I'm just utterly impressed at the speed, performance, and low resources it uses. It's completely contradicted everything I thought I believed about KDE based desktops, which is good. I like being proven wrong. Being proven wrong means I had time to shut up and learn. Oh, the Riff Raff Festival. You're going to that, Red. Dude, please, Red, take pictures. Please share them. I need to go to a Rip Rap Festival before too long, just so I can experience them. Oh. The global menu is nice. I wish I could get into Plasma activities because I do believe they could be really beneficial for me. But when I sit down to my Plasma desktop, I always do the same thing. So I don't need activities, but it could be cool. I'm heading out. Really good to see you guys. Swift, dude, you're awesome. We need to still sit down and have like a burger or something just to BS. Red Rip Rap Festival. I can't wait to get to Middle America again just to shake your hand and hang out with you. We had really good times. And SCJ, I swear I remember what your name is. I'm afraid to say it because I'm afraid I'm wrong. Jonathan keeps trying to talk to me to come up to the Cambridge, Massachusetts area. So if I do Chloe, damn it, I was so close. I was thinking not Cleo. I was talking to a coworker today. I think I did say Chloe. I did. I think I did. Okay, so I think I was right. So that's good. Thank you guys for being awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really want to do more just random live streams. Between you and me, the reason I don't is a self-confidence issue. I believe I'm going to hit stream and then no one's going to watch. I'm going to sit here and just talk to myself while I get really loud notifications in my ear from my work email that really should be quieted by now. Okay. Well, festivals come and go, Red. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're not. Bottom line is, do you go and have a good time? That's all that matters. I will talk to you all again, hopefully real soon. So take it easy. See ya.